ago, and he said, people whose names obviously I'm not allowed to mention, but people really high up in the government, in the military, in the media, in private and public sector, they tune in. They listen to the violence space, they listen to violence radio. Even if you might not be aware. So what you guys have been able to build, I think it's amazing. And coming from the perspective of someone else who is also trying to build an independent media platform, I think it's fantastic what you guys have achieved. And it's very gracious of PO to actually agree to be hosted by independent platforms instead of doing the easy regular thing, which is do a TV interview, release a statement. I like the fact that he's actually leaning into the support base he has of young people, and long may it continue.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you, because I'll say you are one of those people that we look up to, and you have pushed us also. Thank you very much for the support all this period, because it's not been easy also, and you know how it is. Thank you, my brother. All right, let me pass the mic real quick. I want us to go real quick, back to back to back. I don't know, N6, if you're ready to speak. If not, we circle the mic now to Ibrahim. Ibrahim, are you ready?
Oh, you can feel free, Ibrahim.
Ready?
Continue.
Hello.
All right,
Okay.
Ibrahim, good evening. So how are you doing?
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I always excited to find myself in these beautiful people, very strong Nigerians, people that refuse to give up on their own country, people that didn't get that word that it's our turn, or we can be favored. At least we are here to see what will favor everyone. I think the slogan is very nice to all of us, that we are looking for a Nigeria that no work for few, but work for all. And I have known a lot of people here that have put a lot of energy. So that we can just say, may God bless you all. May God continue to give you the wisdom. And I think I have been in this system, and I've been close to politicians since 2007. But I think the best thing that happened to this country is the obedient movement. And I think our principle is one of the best things that happened to this country. I think this is the best way to do opposition. And then this is the best way to put people on their toes. And the fact and the name of the platform, Parallel Facts, I think that's what's just giving me joy all the time. If you come here on violence peace, you see statistics. Yeah, when Cecil opened his what do you call it, the Bible or the Google Bible. so what figures don't you give data? You give people energy for people to understand. Even if they are lying to Nigerians, when they are putting up their Muslim ticket, we tell them it's too toxic for this country. We tell them it's going to bring more hardship. It's going to bring whatever. There is no explanation. If you are following the violence space from the one to today, I think you will be, at least like Saddam, Cecil, and others. They're just like Otumba, like Jimmy. People are just like prophets. All they have said has come to pass. Today, look at where we are today. So I think it's the best platform for everyone to be here. I'm so glad that PO graciously wants to be with us all the time, because him personally realized that what we are doing, we don't understand. A lot of people don't understand what we are doing on this parallel fact, or this kind of obedient movement. We are not, what do you call it, photoshopping, what do you call it, cropping people to put on the Photoshop to lie. We are not bringing Babalao to take over somebody's party. We are not lying to anybody. What we are doing basically here is just facts. Because we know they are all liars. That's why they are afraid of obedient movement. All of them are liars. All of them. You can see them now. Some of them that said that I will never be a minister. I will never be a minister. And now he's lobbying to be a minister. Somebody said he's demotion. And he's like repeating a class to be a minister. Now see now happily taking minister. So they are all bunch of liars. And then they come on board the National Assembly abusing Nigerians, telling us to sacrifice, telling us to be patient, telling us all the rubbish, and collecting 70 billion. So we are going to keep pushing this to their face. Violent space is going to continue to be here. It's going to be here forever, even when PO become president in the next few months. We're still going to continue. We're not going to stop because it's PO that is now the next president. Work. I told people we are not going to be those kind of people that will stop and start. No, you will see David bringing new words, even under Peter Obi. We're not going to cease to just follow the trend. No, what we are seeing is that we are actualizing our own dreams through Mr. Peter Obi. I think people should be clear to what we are doing. It's not a religious thing. It's not a tribal thing. It's nothing to do with anything. What we just need is just a Nigeria that all of us will be happy. A leader that will carry all of us along. Look at how he's carrying us along. He's coming to come and join us today.
Okay, my brother.
This is the best place we can be. Thank you for them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, I love listening to episodes all the time. It's always amazing having you on the platform as one of our co-hosts today. Thank you very much, my brother. All right, let me circle the mic to the first lady on the platform, please. We're trying to rush. We're trying to rush. This is rush hour because in the next 20 minutes, the emperor, the lion, the conqueror, the champion will be with us on the platform. And then everywhere will begin to catch fire. So, but right now, let us keep the tempo high. All right, let me come to you, Anita, Peter Obi. What's your surname? Anita, PhD. I used to hear people with PhD, but good evening. You have the space, man.
Saddam, please allow me to save my voice now. How far? Saddam, but please just allow me. I'm just so excited. Just allow me to save my voice. Thank you so much. I will just wait when PO comes and beg. Thank you.
No, sorry. There's once PO come now. Everywhere we change. Everybody will go down. No? It's only PO that will be up here. So if you want to say anything, now, say it now. So it's better if you have these two. Your 1 minute, please use it judiciously. Use it judiciously, please. Don't use it like Yakubu Mahmoud. Please, you have 1 minute now. Don't use it like Yakubu Mahmoud. Please. I'll give you 1 minute. Go on.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited to be here today. The last time I tried to come up and, there was so much, just so much going on. And I hope today would not be like that day. I'm so excited. It will be a Saturday like no other day. And thank you so much, Saddam. Thank you, Tumba. Thank you, Fizo, for keeping and giving us such a platform where we can be able to share our thoughts with our principals. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you. Let me circle to you, one of the strongest obedient soldiers on the platform. I see Sir Momo. Mr. Monier, good evening, Mr. Maurice. How are you doing today? Welcome to the platform.
Good evening, Saddam. Thank you. I really want to thank you for this opportunity. This is a very, very, very big platform. I remember when Parallel Facts started. It was just like play, and here we are. It's like the biggest news outlets, independent news outlets for this movement, which gives news that are correct and factual. So for me, this PO's meeting with us, for me personally, it's like our own presidential media chat. The PDP, Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, they had presidential media chats where they try to connect directly with Nigerians, telling them what their plans are and what Nigerians want to hear. The message of hope. Of course, that stopped with the evil APC. That's entire presidential media chat stopped with APC because they have nothing to offer. So PO making an effort to speak to the people every time, it's very heartwarming. And the average Nigerian on their bed, in their hospitals, in the clinics, in church, they can speak and ask questions to him directly. And this platform is the best platform for that to happen. So I feel very honored. I feel very privileged that this is happening at this time. And we have such a leader. I can't remember such a leader in recent times who is very accessible. You want to speak to him every time. He's there. He listens. So I want to thank you for this platform that you've put up, and it's a privilege. It's a big, big privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother Maurice. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for supporting us from our baby when we're taking those baby steps. Baby steps. You know that word now is what when you hear baby steps now your head will be shaking. But thank you very much, my brother. Please, guys, I just want to say this right now for us to all understand how the space has been planned. We have selected some obedience, selected some Nigerians across the country that will start the space with us. Please, and questions, we made a tweet, I think last week, and we said, if you want to have your questions asked on the platform, we know how today is going to be. As I'm speaking right now, I have 100 requests right now, 100 requests. So we make sure that we say that please have your questions put through the hashtag Peter will be on Parallel Facts on the thread. And thousands of Nigerians followed that, and we went there and we picked some selected questions that we are going to use to start the space. So please, I'm saying this because everybody cannot come up here and speak today. It's important we understand this. Everybody cannot ask questions today. It's important we understand this. So and there's no how I can even start doing nepotism himself and say who and who, because the request here is crazy. So please, I'm saying this for everybody to understand that you can ask your questions still on the comment section with the hashtag. If you're listening to us from YouTube, ask your questions on our YouTube comment section. On Facebook, the same thing. Send in your questions that way. And when our selected speakers are done asking their questions, which will form the foundation of this space today, we will open up the space for as many as possible people to come up. He asked me, and I told him, I begged him for 2 hours. And he said he's going that 2 hours, 2 hours. I said, yes, sir, 2 hours. Please, you have to give your people 2 hours. And he said he's going to try his best and see if he can give us 2 hours. But we're not going to go above 2 hours, except something special happens. So please, guys, I'm saying this so we can understand that not everybody's going to speak today. And I know the insult you guys insulted me the last piece. Please, I don't want to take that insult again. So it's important I say it right now. So please don't insult me at the end of the space. If you didn't get a chance to speak, it's not intentional. It's just because we cannot take everybody on the platform. Thank you very much. All right, I'm just going to drop all those as spoken right now and bring more people up. We need quick reactions. Just quick reactions, 1-2 minutes, and woo, thank you. All right, I think Sarima, good evening. Please, you can unmute and speak. How excited are you about the space today?
Hi everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Yeah, I'm super excited. It's been 2 months since I joined this whole space because I'm more of like an Instagram girl. So I'm really, really excited. I've literally been sending the links to all my cousins, all our family on our group chat. I was even trying to get my dad to make a Twitter account because I thought it would just be on Twitter, but then I found out that it was also going to be on YouTube as well and Facebook. So I'm really, really happy for that the fact that you guys actually streaming it across all platforms. So yeah, I'm really excited. I literally can't wait to speak to our president. It's literally been a long 2 months of renewed Shege. I'm currently in the UK, but I can definitely feel it. I definitely have more, cousins, siblings, family people asking me for money because of, that the fact that they can't even afford to, travel to get to school, that kind of stuff. So, it's really, really sad. But I think at least people, a lot of people that actually supported Tinubu and were planning to move on initially, I think they're all seeing it now that, this is not going to favor you and your family. Like, you have to, support the right thing.
Dad? I was the lead singer.
This is not going to favor you and your family. Like, you have to, support the right thing. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And honestly, I can't wait. And one thing I would say is Peter B is definitely a man of his words. He said 2 months he'll be back, and exactly 2 months he's here. So, yeah. So thank you so much, you guys, for organizing this space. It's definitely, made me stronger because a lot of times there are people who, make you feel like you're crazy for supporting the right thing. But, this space has definitely made me feel as if I'm not alone in this journey. And there are definitely people who are like-minded like myself. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarima. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you. Please stay strong. We have a country to save, and we will do it all of us together. Thank you. All right, Idowu, if you can hear me, please, you have the space in 2 minutes.
Yeah, Saddam, good evening, good morning. It's nice to have you on the space. I'm just super excited right now. I'm here to just enjoy from the School of Politics of Mr. Peter Obi. If there's anything I've learned over the months from this man, is his integrity, his openness, his accessibility is top notch. And I think if we have heard a good leader like him over the years, we shouldn't be where we are currently today, because our leaders, have failed us in time past. They come with different campaign programs, but when it comes to execution, you find it difficult to even perform their tasks. So, but this is a man that he has been so committed to the movement. He has been an inspiration to many young people, not just in Nigeria, even over the world. I think there was a video, is in Syria alone, where the electoral officer, had to tell them to take exceptionary leadership from Mr. Peter Obi, because they see him as a man who has, saved the democracy, not just in Nigeria, but in the entire Africa. So I'm here just to listen and, learn from the School of Politics. It's just nice to be here. Thank you so much, Adam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on real quick. Savik, you have the space, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, everyone on the platform. Honestly, I can't actually, relate to how I'm feeling right now, because this is an opportunity we get from empathetic leaders that have, the well-being of the country at heart. And so PO making it another opportunity to be with us is something that each and every one of us need to savor. Because like Maurice Monye said, it's not all the leaders that we have currently in Nigeria that that have that opportunity to talk to Nigerians. And so when we have this great opportunity to see someone that wants to see Nigeria move forward, that wants to see Nigeria work, let's actually appreciate it. Let's appreciate it, because it is something that we've not seen before. And so I'm excited. I'm excited because this man that we're about to listen to is actually what this time requires. This is actually what Nigeria requires at this moment. A moment where we need an empathetic leader, a visionary leader, someone that is in touch with the people, someone that understands what the people feels, someone that understands the pain of the people, someone that actually can go through this, uncertain road with the people. And so I'm excited. I'm going to be listening to him. Again, I want to thank him for the opportunity given to the young people and indeed every Nigerian around the world to actually learn one or two things from him. I was just kind of pausing to reflect on the birthday wishes that he wished Governor Soludo yesterday. If you look at that you would understand that that's actually the least, reaction that he got from majority of his tweets. But that goes to tell you how this man sees politics. He plays politics without bitterness. All he just wants to see is Nigeria that works for everybody, where everybody has the opportunity to actually make it when you try. And so I thank him for the opportunity given to us again, to hear from him and to learn from him again. Thank you, Saddam, for everything that you provide for us for this platform. All the best.
Thank you very much, Savik. Thank you, my brother. All right, let me circle to you, my brother. Jimmy, I want you to do it all in 30 seconds. Is it possible?
Bro,
Is it possible,
I no go
Jimmy?
take past that one. No worry. And I don't put anchor for my hand and mouth today. No worry. It's gonna be a lovely one. You dey laugh, no worry. We go break bottle after this space, no worry. Talking about you too. I dey say now. All right, guys, it's gonna be a lovely one today, as usual. I'm just disappointed that we have over 5,000 people here. It's only 394 retweets. Come on, guys! Already, we are trending as the third worldwide. The first one is Alien Chain, second is Cool, and the third is Obi is coming. We can do this, please, guys. It's gonna be here with us in the next couple of minutes. Please retweet the space. Back to you, Saddam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. Thank you so much. I think I told them not to retweet the space actually, so don't blame them. I said we should wait until Peter comes in, then we can do that. All right, let me circle to you, Baron. Baron, please, in 2 minutes, please, you can come up right now because in the next 6 minutes, the space is going to take shape, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Parafa. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, everyone, for coming to listen to our candidate. I just want to make this announcement before we go to what's happening. And many of us here, we love to hear P2B speak. And I know there are a whole lot of information that he's willing to share with us. And it's an interesting moment. Now, for those of you who are not aware, we have a class action against INEC. If you look at my pinned thread, you will see the information there. It's important because our class action is the first of its kind. Nobody has sued any government agency in the past. And we think it's important not only for us to reclaim our mandate, but to hold INEC responsible for what happened prior to the election, at the time of election, and also to account for the 355 billion taxpayers' money. It's your money as mine. If we leave it all about claiming our mandate, then we are not active citizens. We no longer need activists. What we need is active citizens. Let us come together and begin to hold government agencies to account. It's very important. I'm calling as many as can to join us in this movement. We already have a case in court. As much as we can, people should support us. These things cannot be done by us alone. It's called class action. And if you're dealing with somebody like APC that is in power and INEC, you must try to make it as class as possible, which is the general, propelled by the general public. Thank you, Saddam, once more for giving me this opportunity. I can go back to the listening section and let our president serenade us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Baron. Thank you. Please, guys, please hit up with Baron. Let us get our class action moving. Thank you. All right, please, I have Mr. Najib Bello. You have the space, please, in 1 minute. Mr. Najib, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry for taking time. I was trying to type a tweet. Thank you for having me here. I'm just going to be brief and say I'm happy to be here. This is my first time. But I want to know, how are we sure that the plans that Peter Obi is discussing here and possible policies and execution is not something that the current government will go and copy and fumble those ideas and make it look like Obi doesn't know what he's saying? Because, for instance, look at what they did with fuel subsidy removal. Obi already said he was going to remove fuel subsidy. Atiku said he was going to remove fuel subsidy. But these people took that thing and they fumbled it from the very first day.
My brother, you are
and the
truly
next thing
new
they
to this
started telling
platform.
Nigerians was that they started telling Nigerians that, oh, see, even Peter Obi said he was going to do this same thing, which was a lie. It wasn't the same thing he was going to do. So how are we sure that if we open up these spaces and Peter Obi is talking about his plans and his ideas and policies, these people won't take those plans, policies, and ideas and go and mis-execute them and say, is it not the same thing this man said he was going to do, we are doing?
We have a simple strategy here, Nigeria. We have a simple strategy here.
All right.
We do not discuss strategy on this platform. So have no fear of any of that happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Najib. Another thing I say is, well, you can always copy an idea, but if you don't have the brain to execute it, you will always show. So that's not even a problem for us. Let them copy it. Nigerians will always see that.
Yeah. My concern with people copying your idea and fumbling it is that the general public may begin to doubt that that idea was any good at all, because I've seen so many videos were shared when they messed up the whole fuel subsidy removal. The next thing they did was they started publishing videos where Peter Obi said he would remove,
Najib, let me help you. Probably when Peter comes up today, of which he's already up here on the platform with us, he's going to explain to you the difference between original and photocopy. I think he will do that better for you. So just calm down, and I think.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, guys. Right about now, before let me do something special. I think it's important to do this. Thank you guys, every single one of you, for joining us. All right, Jimmy, hit us that, please. Go on, Jimmy. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the Parallel Fact Space with Peter Obi live tonight. You are all welcome. It's going to be an amazing long space. Thank you so much for joining us today. If it's your first time of joining us, you're welcome. It's our second episode with Mr. Peter, His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, live on the platform with us today. If you're listening to us from any of our streaming platforms, is it YouTube, is it Facebook, is it the Violence Space radio station, you are welcome to join in this conversation today. Thank you for all sticking with us today. Please, I want to indulge all of you on the platform. It is now time to hit your retweet buttons, to hit your like buttons, to share the space. Let everybody, let the whole world know that Mr. Peter Gregory Obi is live on Parallel Fact Space today. And if you're excited, as I'm excited to have him on the platform, please can you bless this space with a whole lot of love emojis? Let him see how much Nigerians are waiting to speak to him. Please let me see some emojis up in the building right now. Thank you. Where are those emojis? Get those emojis up, please. And I want to indulge every single one of you on the platform. Please, if you I will ask all of you. We have over 100 speakers right now. I'm asking for the ask questions, and when they are done asking their questions, we are going to open up the space for every other person to come up and ask questions. We want this space to be well planned out. Please, it is important to understand this. So if you don't get to come up right now and speak, do not worry yourself. Do not don't shake. We're going to have everybody come up here to speak. But if your hands are too busy, if you're so impatient like I can be, please and please, you can hit the comment section and write your questions down using the hashtag Peter Obi on Parallel Facts. Only questions with the hashtag Peter Obi on Parallel Facts will be asked on the platform today. So it's important we set these ground rules for everybody to understand what we're doing today. Thank you to every single one of you that are up here on the platform. I have, before I jump into the space, this is Parallel Facts. It's an independent news media, a new media out there that is just for real news. We're all about giving Nigerians and the world in general real, verified news. And it has been born out of the desperation of bad news, bad reportage, bad journalism in the country, whereby fake news have become an in thing, and we had to step in and say Nigerians needed an alternative platform whereby they can hear real news as it breaks. So we are a new platform. Please, we need all your support. You can follow us on Instagram. You can follow us on Twitter. You can follow us on Telegram. We are on TikTok. We are on Facebook. We are everywhere you go. So please hit the like button, share the space. Let's get people into the building today. Mr. Gregory Peter Obi is live with us. My happy point right now is that for so long we have been a people whereby we are easy to please in Nigeria. We are very, very easy to please. I say we are the easiest people to please in the world. You just build a 1 kilometer road and they're already hailing you. You put street lights as a politician and people are already praising you. You don't even we can witness 8 years of a government whereby not for once did we have a press briefing from the presidency to talk to the people. We did not see that for 8 years, and Nigerians were satisfied with that. And we are seeing right now a new breed of politics whereby a man has brought out himself and said, I want to talk to Nigerians. I want us to have a new country. I want us to run it this way. And he has made himself available. Despite his busy schedule, he is here with us today. He came here 2 months ago, and on the space, he said something, and I was like, are you sure, sir? He said, well, let's make this a bi-monthly event. I will be back here with you guys 2 months from now. And I was thinking, normal Nigerian politicians, let's just do this one and run away, and probably I will come back or I might not come back. And I was saying, am I sure this man is going to come back? I was thinking, but and he's here. He reached out and said, Saddam, we are coming back for that space. Are you ready for us? I said, sir, we are ready for you. Nigerians are ready for you. We have seen and witnessed 60 days of renewed something. I can't even call the other part of it, but you understand what I'm saying. Nigerians have seen it. We are in it. We're in it for and it's something else. I don't even know what to say. But sir, on the platform right now, we have a diverse pool of Nigerians from across the country, from the south to the east to the west to the north. Everywhere is amply represented on the platform right now. We get everybody here up here, and they'll be asking you questions. And with me to do this space today is my brothers. You all know David Hundeyi. As long as you're in Nigeria and you're not living under the rock, and even if you're living under the rock, you must know David Hundeyi. You know David Hundeyi. We all know David Hundeyi. David Hundeyi is going to be co-hosting this space with me. They call me Emir Saddam. My brother N6 is going to be doing this with me also, a radio host with a whole lot of years of experience. My brother Ibrahim Abdul Karim is also going to be co-hosting this space with me today. My brother Tumba is going to be co-hosting this space with me today. I have Mommy Bolanle here up with me. Mary White is here with me. Miss Barriat is with me. Jimmy, my warrior, is here with me. My FBI is here with me. Well-Me Nigeria is here with me. It's going to be an amazing space. I promise you guys, please just sit back, relax, grab yourself some soda, water, whatever you like to drink, and some popcorn, because as usual, Mr. Peter will be going to cook today. This is a Gen Z platform. This is a millennial mixed with Gen Z and some boomers. We have all of them here. We're amply represented. So we are going to be hearing some terms that you're not familiarized with. But please bear with us. Thank you, guys. I see we have over 13,000 people already on the platform, and this is just 7 minutes into the show. Please, I want every one of you on the platform. Go and call your mommy, call your daddies, call your friends, your relatives. Let the whole world know that Mr. Peter Obi is here and he wants to speak with Nigerians, and he's going to speak with Nigerians. The last space we did was a record. I think we can do more better today. Please, everybody, hit your phones up, get your people out, let them join this conversation. If they're not on Twitter, we are on Facebook and we are on YouTube. We are streaming this space across the Violence Radio station also. So we are everywhere. There is no hiding place today. This information has to go out. So please, I indulge every one of you. I should be seeing over 10,000 retweets on this space. If you're here for Peter Obi, I don't think you should just be listening to us speak. You should be retweeting the space as we're speaking right now. Every single one of you on the platform. Peter will not unmute his mic and speak until I get at least 5,000 retweets on this space. That's how I'm going to run this space right now. If I don't see 5,000 retweets, Oga will stay here, and when his time elapses, he will go back and chill with Madame. That's how I will run this space today. So if you want to hear Peter Obi speak, hit the retweet buttons, share the space. If not, I will tell him, sir, please They're not ready for you to speak. I will just be talking with my brothers up here. And at the end of that, we will pass the mic. So I'm going to pass the mic right now to my brothers to have their brief introductions, and we will circle back if you guys are ready. Because if I don't see 5,000 retweets, I know you guys are not ready. Then we'll circle back to ourselves again, probably. All right, David Hunde, I want you to come in right now and set the tone for the conversation. Good evening, my brother.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening to everyone on the panel. N6, Ibrahim, Jimmy, Bolanle, Otumba, and all the others. And good evening to His Excellency. I think that's the first time I'm actually using that term. I usually just refer to him as Mr. President. So this hopefully is going to be a. I mean, we're very happy that this time around there weren't that many technical hitches in getting him to join him. I remember the last time it took almost an hour for us to successfully get him into the space. So thankfully that isn't the case now. So thankfully within the 2 hours we've said, we'll be able to achieve everything that we want to achieve today. So I'm just going to go straight into the question and answer section. So I'm going to pass the mic so that when it's time for that, then we can get started. I'm not really one for sort of like, talking around the points in the interim. So I'm going to pass it across to N6 now so he can introduce himself, and then hopefully we can get started.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is N6, and it's a pleasure doing this with all of you again. Peter Obi is proof that your moral compass is screwed on properly. In Nigeria, we are currently in a battle of light versus darkness. It's gone beyond politics. In a nation where a governor will get up and say, I will never be a minister. In a nation where politicians lie, we have a man who tells you, I will be with you a month or two from now. And that is what we are currently doing. It feels refreshing to have a Nigerian politician that you can beat your chest and take his words to the bank and they will be worth cash. Peter Obi is the future of this country. He might not be our best politician. I keep telling you people, he's not perfect. He might not be our best politician. He might not be the most eloquent. He might not be the sexiest. He might not have beer. He might not be light-skinned. He might not have six-pack. But at least he is a stepping stone to a greater Nigeria. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much for making us believe in Nigeria again. Thank you for being a man who keeps his word. And thank you for being here. It's going to be a fabulous day. Please, one more time, remember, don't waste your time here requesting. You are more powerful commenting in the comment box. We are going to be reading and compiling a lot of those questions. So if you don't get the opportunity to speak, trust me when I tell you your thoughts and opinions still matter for this show today. God bless you all. God bless Nigeria. I love you all. Let's have an interesting show. And please retweet this show. The last time Peter Obi was here, I think we were the 7th greatest Twitter space in the world. And I think today, Elon Musk suppose no say he get waiting they happen for Nigeria. I love you all. Let's have an interesting show.
All right, thank you very much, N6. Please, Barry, please sort your audio out, please. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Let's move on right now. I think, let me see how many retweets. If not, I will just... Okay, we have done halfway gone. We have over 17,000 of you. Those of you just join us right now, please retweet the space, share the space. Let people know that our excellency is up on the platform. Mr. Peter Obi is here, and I will do him the honors. I don't keep to my own words. But if I keep to my words, I will not start this space till I get 5,000 retweets. So I'm not going to keep to my words. I'm just going to start the space right now. Mr. Peter Obi, good evening, sir. Your Excellency, it is a pleasure to have you on the platform today. Thank you very much for keeping to your words. Thank you so much. Before I bring you in, sir, let me allow Ibrahim and Otumba do some favor to us and brief introductions, please. Ibrahim, you have the space, please. Good evening.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I'm speaking from Kaduna. I'm born in Sokoto, a Muslim, just to make people that are listening to us to understand why we are here. We are not here based on tribe. We are not here based on anything. And I've been telling a lot of people, is when you go close to Mr. Peter Obi, you will understand the kind of person he is and what he's bringing to this country. And a lot of people have been brainwashed, more especially up here in the north. They try to portray him who he is not, and they try to. But it's our own duty. At least they can see. Some of them are here. Some are for having a news outlet, and I hope they will do justice to us, at least to report what they are hearing from the man himself, and also to make people, more especially in the up in the north here, to understand it's not about anything. It's for us to create Nigeria that work for everyone, not just work for the few. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Thank you very much, my brother. An amazing person you are. Thank you for the work you do also. Thank you. All right, let me circle now to your Tumba. Then we will start the space appropriately. These are the 5 hosts for today. Yes, Otumba, if you're not busy, you have the space right now. Good evening.
My brother, good evening. I cannot be busy. Good evening, good afternoon to everyone from my side. I'm popularly called Otumba, indigenous of Osun State, born and raised in Lagos, so representing the Southwest region. Currently residing in Houston, Texas. I'm so excited. It's a privilege and honor. I think I remember meeting you in Houston during the campaign period. You made me really believe in Nigeria, and I'm forever grateful for that. So I look forward to hearing your insights on, especially economics and security. So glad to have you here. Thank you. Back to you, Saddam.
All right, thank you very much, Otumba. Thank you very much. I think these are my five co-hosts for today. I think I should allow all my moderating speakers have a minute to just do a brief introduction of themselves, and we'll circle to you, Mr. Pitobi. Let's take our ladies first now. Mombolale, good evening. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Saddam. I'm doing very well, thank you. Your Excellency, welcome to the space. My name is Bolanle Emia Bata of the Anibaba family of Lagos State. I'm so honored to be here with you today. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Mombolale. Thank you very much. All right, let's circle back to you right now. My warrior himself, Jimmy, how are you doing today? Good evening.
I'm fine, Saddam. Once again, good day to you, everyone. Your Excellency, you're welcome to the space. My name is Jimmy. Yoruba from Ibadan, and I'm currently based in Chicago, Illinois, right now. Nice to have you in the space. The last experience was splendid, and I'm definitely certain today is going to be excellent as well. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you. Are you back to you, Saddam?
Thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. Thank you. Okay, let me circle to you right now, Mrs. Mary White. Good evening. You have the space.
Hi, my name is Mary White. I'm really excited to have you on the space today. I can't really wait to hear your voice. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. That was brief. Let's go right now to well-meaning Nigeria. As the name sounds, well-meaning Nigeria. You have the space, my brother. Good evening.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Saddam. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Your Excellency. I'm popularly known around here as well-meaning Nigeria. I think some people now call me Osaiti Obemudia for some reason. I'm from Edo State, popularly known as the headquarters of the Obedient Movement, like they call it. So thank you for coming. Thank you for keeping to your promise. I believe we'll have a very great space. Thank you very much, Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Okay, let me end this part of the space by introducing my sister, Miss Barriat. You have the space. Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you for being with us. My name is Maureen Barriat Kabruk. I am a daughter of Southern Kaduna, and I am a proud Nigerian, and I am proud to have you here speak to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. This is Nigeria on the platform right now, sir. We have everyone across the country up here trying to have a good time and listen to you speak. We're about to get the space started right now. Thank you, every one of you that are already using the space, sharing the space. We have 18K of us on the platform. We can do better. Let's get our numbers up, my people. Let's get our numbers up, because as I'm speaking right now, I am going to yield the mic right now to Mr. Peter Obi himself. Good evening, sir. Please, if you can reintroduce yourself.
The conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. That is what we know you for. Mr. Peter Obi, you have the space. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Well, good evening. I hope you can hear me very well.
Loud and clear, sir. Go on.
Good evening, Saddam, my brother David, M6, Ibrahim. I have a lot of brothers there. Ibrahim, Otumba, all of you, Bolanle, Jimmy, Mary White, well-meaning Nigeria brand. Let me say I'm sincerely grateful to be part of this again. As I said before, this will be every other month. When I was campaigning, I maintained that if I'm elected, I'll speak to Nigerians at least every month, where I will spend 2 to 3 hours to take questions, to be able to explain to Nigerians what we are doing, and make our time to listen to different segments by touring all over Nigeria to listen to them, because for me, governance is demand-driven. The people must say what they want. You must listen to them. So I'm sincerely grateful to be part of this, and I assure you, I will try to learn more from you than telling you more. It is about a learning process. The job of a leader is to learn, and then use what is learned to serve the people faithfully. I will explain 1 or 2 things, and I will listen to you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It's a pleasure having you on the platform. As you're learning from us, we are also learning from you, and we're tapping from your wisdom also and your humility. You're an amazing person. God bless you for all you do for the country and the sacrifices you've brought yourself out in a time like this. To get the whole space started, I want to set the ball rolling and get the conversation started. I would love to personally ask you a question before I pass the mic on to my brothers to start this question and answer session with you. So Nigerians, please, if you have questions for Mr. Peter Obi, please, it is important you put your questions in writing in the comment section using the hashtag Peter Obi on Parallel Facts. This space is brought to you by Parallel Facts Media. Please, it is important you put your questions using the hashtag Peter Obi on Parallel Facts. So I want to ask you a question. Let's get this started. Thank you one more time for keeping to your words, because it is a word, it is an unknown thing for Nigerian politicians. But let's start this way. We have seen in this current, albeit temporal administration, the increase in hardship in the lives of Nigerians due to the immediate implemented policies of the current administration. Sir, they have come out to tell Nigerians that these are baby steps and much needed sacrifices that we, the people, have to pass through. But you see, we have not seen these men take any steps themselves. You know, the political class, they have not cut down their excessive spending and their luxurious lifestyle. We saw the Senate president, you know, drive and he made a mini video, some short video clip for Nigerians showing himself driving executive cars, you know, coming out from his stepping into his office. We saw the Senate also recently passed a $800 million World Bank loan and a 500 billion naira fuel subsidy palliative. They shared that money, 70 billion to 500 of them. They gave that 5 billion to the judiciary, and they said 8,000 naira should go to 12 million Nigerian families. There was a backlash by Nigerians, and they had a backtrack on their decision. I don't know what they're doing with the money right now. But my question to you is this. They have told Nigerians to sacrifice, and Nigerians are sacrificing. You can see the hardship. You can see Nigerians trekking across the country. You can see, evidently, we online, we see the hardship. We see what Nigerians are passing through. I want you to tell Nigerians what you would have done differently if you had the opportunity of having 500 billion naira. and 800 million loan from the World Bank. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you for your comments. I wouldn't say it's all the question is a comment and what I would have done differently and everything. If you go back to my tweets of 19th of September 2022, I did mention the problems of the country and the way to approach it. In the country called Nigeria, we have a few problems which has to be religiously and simultaneously followed simultaneously. When I mean simultaneously, none will be left to the other, everything. The number one problem we have here is corruption. I keep repeating it. Corruption kills three things that makes a country. It kills entrepreneurship. Nobody is enterprising in a corrupt country. Thereby, there's no creativity, no introduction of any new thing, no. Corruption kills professionalism. It kills hard work. Because what it does is that it allows people to have wealth without enterprise. And when you have wealth without enterprise, you kill the entire system. So that's number one problem. Our number two problem is cost of governance. Totally unaccepted. Number three is what I said about subsidy is a criminal setup. And of course, number four, you have issue of foreign exchange, the value of Naira, which again can be done with productivity. These are economic things, economic issues. In economic issues, you think every one and each of them through before you start any form of policy formulation and implementation. And if you follow these four things that I said simultaneously, you can start solving the problem. And it is not that Nigerians are not going to go through hardship. They're going to go through hardship and difficulties, but it won't be as it is today. What we have today is a question of what I said. We are still trapped in the process and thinking of yesterday. And if you are trapped in that process, you will not meet tomorrow. For example, number one issue is corruption. If the key people, all of us politicians, decide we'll end it, starting from the number one person. If you're not involved, those around you are not involved, you reduce it by 50%. And I'm not talking about chasing people who have stolen in the past. I'm talking that will be dealt with in separate note, but saying that forthwith from today, nobody will continue on that path. We will ensure that all the revenues of this country are accounted, they're transparently held, and would judiciously utilized. Number two is to deal with the issue of cost of governance. I was just talking with somebody yesterday who was able to convince me because they had an argument. When I finish, you know what I convinced me. But they had an argument which some people supported at an airport while we were waiting for flight at Asaba Airport. Was able to tell me how it is not huge a cost for states to own plane, states, governors to fly private jets, people in government to do the same and everything. And when he finished, I asked him a simple question. What is the GDP of Nigeria? And he said it's about $400, $500 billion. I said, what is per capita of Nigeria? Per capita of Nigeria. It is important that we know this. He said the same thing. I said the per capita is about 2,000. I said, fine. So you have a GDP of 400 billion. That is your entire country. And a component of that country, some people are qualified to fly private jet and do this. I said, okay, we have borrowed this democracy from United States of America. So it's good to go back there and see how it works, just to learn a little bit. I said, are you aware that there's a state in America called California? He said, yes. I said, that state in America is about 3.6 trillion GDP. So if you're 400, there are 9 times your size. He was looking at me and said, there are 3 times your size. He said, well, we're not talking about America. I said, no. There are 9 times your size. And that state have a per capita that is about, call it 30 times minimum. I know per capita in America, of California, is about $60,000, $70,000. So I said they have about 30 times your per capita. And I can tell that if governor of California decides to go to Washington and a charter and he goes into goes with a private jet, he will not land in Washington before he or she is removed from office. He does not have a lodge in Washington. He stays in a hotel. And he cannot stay in a hotel where he will pay $2,000 a night. He will not wake up in the morning before they remove him. That man or woman will not be seen in streets of LA with 10 vehicle convoy. He will go the next day. So that's the things you see. So these are things we need to deal with. And then subsidy. Asset is a criminal setup. And I thank Governor Issa Yaguna, who came out recently to say that somebody, a friend of his, came to him and said he's tired of making money from this. My dear people, you know what it means for somebody to say, I don't want to continue this style of making money. That this subsidy is a crime. And we must stop this crime. I think if I was in government, I would have invited Issa, my brother, and kneel down and beg him to introduce this fellow to me. Because I need him as a friend. haven't repented to help me in dealing with this. It is this criminal component of it. If you look at my tweet, first I was able to show that the quantity they say we consume is twice what we are supposed to consume. And I gave instance, compared it with a country, Pakistan. Similar population have more road network than we have. I don't know whether they have more car or not, but they use half or less of what we consume. So that's where you will start. That's why if you look at my tweet, I said, I will reduce 50% of what we already pay for the subsidy. Having reduced that, you try to remove the criminal component of it. By the time we finish with all this, you will see in a clear, verifiable figures what is the actual subsidy we're paying, which at this time, having removed the corruption, having removed the criminality, will be far less than what we were paying. You now say, I'm going to take away component of this. In the meantime, I said, I'm going to remove it. I'm going to take away component of this in the meantime. So this fuel is now, say, 190. We're not going to have it at 350 or thereabout, or 400, as the case may be. And this again, further, this is what we are going to save. This is a new thing you're trying to do. You must be transparent, open. People must see it. They must feel it. We are going to save this. And whatever we save, we are going to apply it in critical areas of development. And these are as follows: education, health, pulling people out of poverty, resuscitating our infrastructure. And we're going to have it for this period. So we have moved from where we are to this new place. It's going to be difficult, but remember that we all said we are going to sacrifice. Because you have now tamed corruption, because you have now removed the wastages in governance and people are seeing it, and you are now coming into trying to manage this subsidy situation, there's more variable facts. So, like we said in the first 1 month, we've saved 400 billion. What did we do with it? Where did we take it to? Are we going to say, okay, 8 months, because they say we are owing them 1.1 billion or 1.1 billion? Okay, in 2 months from our savings, I'm going to clear that.
All right. So
Are we going to say?
I would like to make it in a way that you don't touch on education, because we have people that have questions for your education.
I'm not touching education. I'm just giving you an example. I'm just going to say where you're going to play, because you must tell us what we saved, what is going to go. Are we going to say the most important, where we get this money we share, is a place like Niger Delta? They have one critical road, East-West Road. The last time I checked, we need about 300 to 400 billion to complete it. This is our saving. We are throwing it into East-West Road, so these people can see it. These are things we need to do. These are the different things we need to do. Saddam have governed the state. It was difficult. But what I told the people is that this must be demand-driven. Whatever you think Peter is not doing or where he's saving the money or taking money, it must be applied to where you see it visibly. And the moment the people started seeing it, even politicians on the other side started working with me. So, thank you.
All right,
That's my initial introduction.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's move on real quick. I think David fell off. David, if you're on the space, please. I don't know if you can. I can't see you. I think I saw you and you disappeared. So I think I'll come to N6 right now. N6, you have the space, please. You can go on with your question.
All right, sir. Good evening, Your Excellency. You're one of the few Nigerian politicians who answers Your Excellency, and in all your doings, you have remained excellent. My question has to do with education. With all the problems Nigerians are going through, about a week ago, we saw an increase in school fees nationwide at all tiers. Increase in Unilag school fees, increase in school fees for unity schools, secondary schools. As a governor, one of your biggest milestones was in education. It's one of the proudest legacies you left behind as well. How would you have handled the Nigerian educational system, this rise in school fees prices, and just, if you can answer this in 5 minutes, I won't mind. Thank you, sir.
Okay, very quickly, my brother, as a country, we have universal basic education. That means that the primary up to year 9 is free. The basic education. I've always argued that it should be primary and secondary school. For me, that's what it should be. Should be free. As you know, the most important yardstick, tool, critical, whatever I call it, measure of development today is education. The more educated you are, the more developed you are. The only difference between developing, and underdeveloped countries is education. That is the measure. Because people look at your human capital, which today you could see we are in the lower, we're one of the worst. People look at it. What you're doing in education, you're funding everything. So for me, when I mention issue of savings from subsidy, after you've done the right things to make sure that it's not where we are today, your investment should be in that critical area of development, especially in the north. But it's all over Nigeria. You need to invest aggressively in education, in health, and in pulling people out of poverty. We started with education. So for me, the basic education, which is primary and secondary school education, will be free. I will work with the states to fund it aggressively. We did it as governors, and what we did is to say, it doesn't matter to me whether it's private, private, public, owned by agencies and everything, we are going to support it aggressively. And that is what we need to take back. Encourage those in private, just do whatever everybody is doing, all over the world, how much do we spend per child? It is critical, it's important. On the tertiary, especially university, yes, I said we have to have different models, which we must do. The government must state, this is our contribution, which will be very clear annually to support university education and going to universities based on their population. Thereafter, there will be another component which must come because corporations today need those human products as part of their own production system. There will be those taxes you're collecting for education must go into supporting tertiary education. And then you now come with the component which you mentioned, issue of loan. It won't come in straight away. So initially, you have to bear this cost until you're able to have a properly articulated loan procedure, which will allow students in some areas, because it's not in every area, when you start, in some area, to have access to this loan, because they are, you're sure when they leave school, they will be able to get a job that allow them to pay for this. With all this combination, you're going to have a better educational system, a quality educational system, because you're not going to have a situation where teachers are going to be trained, the right equipment for teaching at the primary distance, then at university level, lecturers, everything, they can hire and do this and all that. Not a situation where I can tell you some of the people who are giving job in various universities in Nigeria in the past 2 years have not been paid anything. And they're lecturers. Imagine how they're lecturing. Imagine how they're living. These are things when we talk about saving money or saving costs of governance, where you're going to channel them to.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very
All right.
much for answering my question, sir. Thank you.
All right. As we wait, David to come back, I think we'll just move on right now to Ibrahim. Ibrahim, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic and speak. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sadam. Thank you, Your Excellency, for being here with us. I'm from the north. I can say my question directly going to go on agri because that's what I think will be one of the most commitments that you are going to give to the northern part of the country. And then you have cited a lot of examples to us when you are doing your campaign about the issue. But in the economic aspect of it, I found it very difficult to comprehend and understand what really happened to the country. For example, we have different programs done by the previous government, and also this government has declared state of emergency on food production. And my worry is just that before they said we don't have fertilizer blending companies, they are just like 3 or 5, and they have like 50. But the cost of food in the market is still high. So I want to relate what is the input government putting into the system, and also food is getting more expensive. Let me give you another example. We have more, what they call them, rice millers now, in almost getting in hundreds of them. Which one of the rice miller, as you said, you are part of the people that helped him to develop. And then this government, the previous government of APC, put a lot of money into it. So my worry is that rice is still very expensive. It's not affordable to the young. It costs almost about 43,000 naira per bag. Fertilizer is costing about 30 naira per bag. And the insecurity in the northern part of the country, if you can see Zafra and other places, people have to pay tax for them to do their to go to their farm. And another thing that is scaring us is that the mud in these villages bring out this produce to the city is by transport. And this subsidy issue is so affecting the rice issue. So with all this, the word that Saddam don't want us to put, the renew, whatever that we used to call it, which everybody is feeling today. So my question is directly to you, sir. Help us to understand the economics. If it happens that you become the president in the next 2 or 3 months, what would you do different so that at least this rising cost of food would at least go down for Nigerians to benefit from being a Nigerian that have a very wide and very big fertile land for us to do agriculture? How do we get this food? Because food is the main security that we can have. Because even the education, everything, we need to get food.
Well, thank you, Ibrahim. Ibrahim, I've said a lot about the issue of agriculture and issue of implementation of various policies, projects, various schemes of the past. What you're experiencing is poor implementation of those schemes. They were not properly executed. They were not properly channeled where they should go. They've all become transactional schemes, transactional policies that went into the same tunnel of corruption. So in the end, they actually, instead of helping to ameliorate the situation, worsened it. The North, I've said, is going through a major problem today that is bordered on poverty, mass poverty. And if you want to solve that problem, you have to pull people out of poverty, and agriculture is #1 item to solve that problem, because there are vast uncultivated land that we need to cultivate. Nigeria can make more money from agriculture, can earn more from export billions of dollars from agriculture that the president earns from oil. And I've given several examples, which I don't need to go back into. Because you've seen me, Ibrahim, you followed me everywhere where I say that Niger State alone is 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. And if Netherlands can do export of agricultural products in 1 year of over $120 billion, which is about 6 times what Nigeria earned from oil, Nigeria can do more. We can earn more from it. And we will be able to do today in Dubai, small space, the same holidays and call it anything. They are now doing quite a number of agricultural products. We have massive uncultivated land in Boronu, 70,000 square kilometers, which again is about not exactly, but about 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. So we have opportunities that are there. And to pull people out of poverty is to invest in this land. But you have to do it through the right channel. You have to do it properly. It has to be through verifiable and means people can see. Governance is a very simple thing. If we said, you talk about having more rice mills, having more this and everything. For example, Ibrahim, I will show you how anchor borrowers program have been implemented in other countries. I show you how growers have implemented in other countries. Who did we give money for the art growers? How did we channel the funding for it? The rice millers, are they the ones we are funding in order to fund properly those who are going to supply them inputs? So if it's a rice mill, are we supporting the big miller to be able to support those who are going to support in paddy to be able to give us the rice? Who are we dealing with? And what are we trying to achieve? I said in economic program, you must think it through. We can change all that and do it properly. When it's transparently implemented, it will work. It is not something we need to go far to find, whether it's the fertilizer or anything. All these are not coming down, Ibrahim, because it's based on transaction. Otherwise, it will be cheaper, it will be competitive, because labor is cheaper. First is that, how are we doing it? Ibrahim, we have a Bank of Agriculture, domiciled in Kaduna. And this is being implemented to the Bank of Agriculture. Who are the beneficiaries of this loan? Are they farmers? Are they politicians? These are questions. Who are those who are involved? I have seen this. I've seen people, even in my own state, when we came in, there was a standing agricultural loan. When we tried to recover it, none of the loans went to farmers. The funds ended up in hands of politicians. It must be proper. It must go directly to those who need it, and it must be followed up to ensure that we're getting value for that. If we do it, the prices will come down. We'll use it to pull people out of poverty. We will do more. Ibrahim, you know we've been to, and I'm sure you can still do it today. Go to prisons and see those who are involved with kidnap and killings. They will tell you how much they are paid for an operation. It is 30, 40, 50,000. Which means if they have something they're doing that can give them that amount every month, that's it. The more you pull people out of poverty, the more you reduce the criminality. This needs to be properly implemented. This must be preached. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think it's only justice I pass the mic right now to a lady, Miss Barriat, and our first female question of the day. Miss Barriat, if you can hear me, you have the space. Good evening.
Hi, Saddam. Can you hear me?
Loud.
Perfectly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go on, please.
Perfectly. Continue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Miss Barrias, we can hear you.
So, Good evening, Your
Okay, Saddam,
Excellency,
she might need
once
to log out
again.
and come back
As I
again.
always
Let's
refer to you as my president. So as I am here, I am speaking to my president, and I believe every other person listening knows that we are listening to our president speak to us, the man we know we voted for on the 25th of February. Here is my question, sir, just to follow up on what Ibrahim Abdul Karim has already asked you. I am a trader, just as you always introduce yourself. I am in the agricultural sector. I trade in fruits and veggies. And one of the biggest complaints that a lot of the farmers with right now, always talk about has to do with logistics and multiple taxes that they face from the farms to the market. So my question to you, Your Excellency, my president, our president, how would you handle the issues relating to the logistics involved in transporting food from farms to around the infrastructures and the multiple taxation that these drivers and farmers face from to the market? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, my sister, for that question. I know Ibrahim mentioned it. First, let me start by answering it. Since that at times I just get, how did we arrive here? If the colonial masters was able to build a rail in the 60s to make sure that they transport the food from the north, Kanu, everywhere in the north, to the south and to export. What has changed today? These are 60s. I went to southern Kaduna and I saw rail in Kafanchan. Somebody said to me from Kafanchan, they used to load agricultural products that go to Lagos. If that happened in the 60s, why can't we do it today? On the issue of multiple taxation, all those, again, is bordered on corruption and transaction, which when you are determined to eliminate it, will be able. Where are the corporations which government can support and be able to get time you have proper support that are channeled in the right direction? A Bank of Agriculture is in the north supporting all this. Where there's stringent rules that nobody can play with, you get it solved. And then because you're interfacing with these farmers like you, because like I said, it's a learning process too. Because the government is determined to do it, they will listen to the farmers. Yes, there's issues of insecurity. Ibrahim mentioned the farmers can go to farm. Yes, that is number one job of government, to secure the people. So if you're determined to do all this, we've spent enough money in security. I do not see how non-governmental actors will be more active, more daring than government. It is because what we spend in dealing with insecurity are also somehow emerge in this transactional life, you just criminalize the place. So this is time to do things now differently, involving all levels of government, from the community level to local government level to state level to national level, with clear mandates, clear implementation plan, that at any time there's a problem, all those involved will be dealt with. If you do that, you see it differently. When we lend money to farmers, it will shock you. Jenny farmers in Anambra State, we were able, apart from flooding, which occurred a particular year, to recover about 70%. Flooding came and worsened it. When we lent the proper farmers, we were able to see increased production, and we visited them. So it's not just me sitting down in Oka saying, we're giving money to farmers who came to Oka. No. We went to their local government, went to their villages, we went to see everything. So when they had flooding, we were able to intervene to even save those who had loans from other areas, because we could see what they're doing. And again, to build the proper infrastructure that gives them access to the markets. And all these are doable if we're determined to do the right thing.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Ibrahim, you say you want to have a follow-up question on agriculture real quick?
Another follow-up question is just for me to testify to what Apple Hetty is saying. For example, in Kaduna and also in Sokoto, I've seen these roads. They call them the agriculture. It's a fund for in the agriculture department in the Ministry of Agri to develop rural roads. But in my area, for example, in Sokoto, I think Locust Guiwa, I have seen a project given to one of the directors stayed around that place, and they built the road. As I talked to you today, anyone that is in Kaduna, if you know the house of the immediate former agri minister, if you go there, you will see the road being done with that kind of fund. So I think what Mr. Pio is saying is really true. Most of these funds end up in the pocket of politicians because they are not doing the right thing. So money and system and document has been designed to help Nigerians to make sure that this food has become a little bit cheaper, but because this food, this money end up in the pocket of people. This is just the intervention I just want to give. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ibrahim. Thank you. I think Otumba, you're meant to come in now with your questions. I don't know if you're ready.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Thank you, Your Excellency, sir. My question is still on the economy. Given the economic downturn, we're seeing multinational companies report massive losses. From Cadbury, I think they had 20 billion in losses. MTN, 131 billion in losses. The NGX, 232 billion. Nigerian Breweries, 71 billion. Guinness Nigeria, 18 billion. Airtel is, I think they reported about $151 million in losses. And a lot of this is attributed to the floating of the Naira. We've seen the dollar, we see the Naira weaken against the dollar, we've seen Naira weaken against the British pounds. If you were in charge of the economy, which hopefully you will be soon, what economic policies would you help implement around the floating of the Naira, and also to reduce, these losses? Because as just an ordinary person, seeing these losses to me translates to budget cuts for those companies, which translates to either layoffs, massive layoffs, or reduction in employment opportunities for Nigerians that work in those companies. So, what will you do around the floating of Naira? Thank you.
My brother, let me tell you, if you look at my tweets about the issue of Naira exchange. I mentioned it in that tweet I mentioned about 19th of September last year. First is that what you have that is affecting your Naira value is the value of your reserve. And what drives your reserve is export earning. And what drives your export earning is production. Because your sources of revenue, as far as foreign exchange is concerned, is oil, which most of it is stolen. You have no agriculture, you're not expecting enough. Your factories are not producing enough for export. You have difficulty in dealing with the issue of earning dollars that would have increased your reserve and helped to stabilize and reduce your rate of exchange. What we have recently is every country in the world, I can tell you, manages the rates of its exchange. Yes, they will tell you you can float it, but you can't float without knowing or managing your supply. You can't float what you don't have. I believe that the rate of exchange Naira was overvalued. For me, the first step would have been to do the things I won't say here that I would have done to be able to get some funding that would have allowed you first devalue the currency, because it's overvalued where you have a situation where you have 450 official rate and almost 750 as parallel market rate, which was allowing all sorts of things. If we had moved from 450 to about 600 or thereabout, and be able to still manage it by getting enough money to meet up existing obligations. Corporations and people will lose money, but those meeting those existing obligations will increase confidence for people to come back into the market. And then, remember, one of the things that a foreign exchange rate is unproductive money that's all over the place, which I call the corruption side of it. Because some of this exchange rate that is going up and everything, the dollars are not being purchased by those who are using it for productive purposes. It is being purchased and used for corruption purposes, which everybody is involved. So you can stop it. Today, you know, for various political activities, and people in government are now transacting in dollars. It is an open secret. So we are in difficulty. Some of these we have to start doing it differently. I'm not going to say, that's why I said I will not be dwelled in the process of yesterday. I'll be dwelled in the process of today. When I was in government as a state, we decided to have what we call subnational savings. And that was why in Anambra State, we were able to have, by the time I left, $150 million in savings. We said we're going to divide our savings into three. One should be in foreign currency. Since we trade in dollar, let's save in dollars. One should be in naira, the other will be in investments, shares and stocks and bonds, and local bonds. And that's what we did. So I have $150 million in savings. You've read in God's book, I refer to it every day, where he said, I supported savings, because I know what the reserve would have been. If you ask Mr. Ganga, who was there, who actually was the architect of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, he would tell you that if there's a governor who gave him all the support, I was there. So, for me, the things we would have done differently, because we didn't do it in the past, we're suffering now, but we can start today to do it. If we had done the right things and be manage the rate more effectively, and then support all exportable items in order to earn revenue, stop the oil stealing, which the government have said they're stopping and everything. I said that I was a little bit disappointed that we caught a ship that had 8,000 with about 8,000. All we needed to do, 800,000, not 8,000, 800,000. And they said and that ship was supposed to be operating 800,000, and that ship was supposed to be operating for 12 years. For 12 years. Nobody cared to say if that ship had been operating for 12 years, for 12 years, for 12 years, what has he been doing for 12 years? Where has he been for 12 years? It's very important. But rather, what we did is to say, destroy it. We don't need to destroy it. I would have seized it, ensure that they explain what they've been doing for 12 years. Nobody have told us what they've been doing for 12 years. They just said it's been around there and doing similar operations for 12 years. These are issues. So if we get it right, I believe we can earn more dollars. I believe we'll stabilize the currency and everything, and that makes more meaning.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right. I think we'll take.
Can I? Okay.
Okay. Before you go, I just wanted to take a quick quote from what our principal just said right now. He said, basically, you can float the naira. Basically, you can't float the naira when you have not made sufficient moves to take the country from consumption to production. I think that is, for me, a quote. I'm going to put it out right there on Twitter for Nigerians to understand we are speaking economics here. All right, NCC, I think you can come in right now with the quick interlude questions. Please go on.
Good evening, Your Excellency. My name is N6. I have more than a decade's experience in radio and media. And I want to ask you a question about a huge intangible, but it's going to be a big problem that happened after this election. I don't know if you might understand this question, but please give me time. This election has destroyed whatever fabric of national unity we have. The politicians weaponized tribalism, they weaponized ethno-religious sentiments, and they really split Nigerians apart. The Yoruba and the Igbo, the North versus the South, and they've done this, they did it at national level, they did it at state level. When we sit and talk about Nigeria, we always focus on education, health, this, that, this, places that have verifiable data to tackle. But how do you datify the unity of this country? So please, sir, I want to ask you, do you have a plan when you get into power? Because you surely will. There's no technicality that is going to stop that. When you get into power, sir, is there a plan to sew Nigerians back together again? Or do you think that in your grand scheme of tackling poverty and also alleviating the Nigerian, hopefully the Nigerian GDP and all these things, that the tribalism issue will die off with our prosperity? I always thought it would, but it's sad to see these things happen again. You saw our opponents going as far as Yoruba, Ronu, and things like that. Sir, my question is on national unity. We are highly fragmented at this point. What do you have in mind to get Nigeria back together as a country, loving each other, for us to be able to achieve all these things you have? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let me be honest with you. I've been asked this question several times. And what I'll tell them is exactly what I'm going to tell you now. It's actually at times good that all these things are coming out. When in 2015, I campaigned across Nigeria, then with Jonathan, I saw this happen, where Northerners were like, we don't want to hear anything. We don't want to see you. We're not. So, and there were so many attractive proposals, campaign promises by Buhari then, and it was voted into office. 8 years after, I did not see, maybe there is, I'm just saying, any reduction in the poverty in the North. I did not see where the North was buying bread cheaper than the South. I did not see where food, like Ibrahim said now, was cheaper in the North than the South. There was no improvement. They were not more secured. There was nothing they will say they celebrated for that, taking that ethnic stand. Today, we're seeing a similar situation in the Southwest, where people think it is our turn, we don't care, it's not this and everything, because the politicians use this as a tool for competition, especially when they're incompetent. So they hire tools of division, tools of ethnicity. And I've asked people, can they show me where they buy bread cheaper in Ibadan? Is cost of rice or food cheaper in Ibadan? Is cost of petroleum cheaper in Ibadan? Is there anywhere people in Ibadan are buying fuel today 300 naira and people in the east are paying 600? Is there anywhere they're buying bread 500 while people in the north are paying 1,000? Same thing is what happens with religion. Because people will say to you, oh, he's playing a religious card, he's doing this. Show me where the Muslims buy bread cheaper. I can tell you, Christians will go there and worship with them and buy the bread and come out and continue what they're doing. Show me where Christians are buying bread cheaper. Muslims will come there and buy the bread and go back. I went to a secondary school, Christ the King College in Onitsha. And I wasn't just a student anybody would say, you don't know in Christ the King College. I even became the deputy discipline prefect. So everybody that went to that school would tell you, no, Mr. Pitobi. We had students that were Muslims. We had students with other different Christian denominations. On Fridays, our Muslim students will go in Onitsha. They will go to mosque in Onitsha then. That's how I knew the mosque and where it was in Onitsha. They will go to mosque on Fridays. On Sundays, we will go to church. Those who are Catholics will go to Catholic. Those who are Anglicans will go to a neighboring school, DMDS, for their own, everybody. We didn't know what was religion. I went to University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Again, nobody who passed through Nsukka will tell you while I was there, he does not know Peter Obi. Then you're not in the part of that school. What I mean, not that everybody knows me. There might be people who don't know me, who don't even remember me. But if there's popular students in the school, I'm one of them. So we had a lot of Muslims. We had people from different Christian denominations. A lot of Muslims, Nobody thought about where you're coming from. We had people. My senior brother went to school in University of Maiduguri. We used to go to Enugu for him to enter train to go back to Maiduguri. This were not in 60s. This were late 70s, early 80s. So it's not even 60s. So all these things were just tools that recently were brought into this into show divide, and sewing it together, my brother, is as easy as ABC. Once you bring back what I normally say, character, capacity, competency back, and people can see that they are participating in this, they are part of it because they are qualified, they are this, all this will disappear. I live in Onitsha, I live in Lagos. I'm involved in some of these companies you're talking. Nobody knows where anybody's coming from. What we're looking for, when we're looking for directors, is people who are competent. Yes, there might be an argument of, okay, in order to balance it, we need one person from Southwest, from Southeast, from this, from that, which are already enshrined in our constitution. Our constitution already said federal character. We have to bring people from different areas, but we have to bring people who are competent. It's been shown in our football system. Just yesterday, all those who played for us in the 80s was remembered by APIS. All those of them, Odebami, Christian Chukwu, everybody, he brought all of them to Lagos, hosted them, gave each of them about 1.5 million naira each, told each of them they're going to be flying his plane for free. He wants them to be looked after and everything. He didn't say, I want people who play for Rangers. He wanted people who did this at national. When they met me in hotel, you'll be shocked. Blow, all these people that we used to hear their name. That's what it used to be. You can bring it back with effortless ease. Today, there's a lot of intermarriage between the north, the east, the southwest, the southeast. It's going to be a stage in Lagos, nobody even know the difference. Most of the marriages that I attended, I was in a funeral just on Thursday of somebody I can call a mother, fantastic woman, but it's a Yoruba woman. We live in the same block of flats where this woman is, I don't know how to describe her. She was just an extraordinary mother who every day will make sure that he comes in and say, Peter, you're not doing this. Peter, you did this or this. Everybody in the compound is fond of her. So these are things you can deal with easily. I've said when I was campaigning, Ibrahim can say that the North will celebrate me because I know the problem of the North. The West will do the same thing because I know the problem of the. Because today, nobody can tell me the problem of the North because I know the problem of the North. As a banker, we used to get all the cash we need from Kanu. Today, Kanu is dead. The industries in Empire 1 is dead. Shadan 1 is dead. Shadan 2 is dead. We used to have cash from Medugri. It's all dead. I know the problems in the East. I know the problems in the West. And that's what we need to deal with. I took time to explain to you the things that brings us together. Sports. Today, there's no more sports in terms of what it used to be. At the time, nations are celebrating their huge leagues. All you hear Nigerians talking about is about Manchester, Man U, Chelsea, this. Where's our local league? Yes, people used to do that before to play even what do you call it again? To all this lottery, what do you call it again? Pool. They do pool with it, but they were still following Rangers, all the other clubs like ICC, Mighty Jets, all those things were being followed everywhere. So these are things we must go back to. People who were playing in different places were not even from there. Their tributes were playing for Mighty Jets in North, but their but their tributes were from Anambra State. People were playing for Rangers, and they are from the north. You know, you had a Masemeka who were from Port Harcourt, I don't get playing for. So, these are where we must go back to. In terms of our entertainment, you can see it everywhere. The Nigerian youth don't know difference between Davido and other stars in film, in everything. These are what we should encourage. And then throughout this, politicians bringing things that divide us or telling you, oh, Peter Obi is tribalistic, oh, Peter Obi. How? Where? I've governed the state. I've run corporations. I've supported this thing. I can tell you there's a company that is 100% owned by people from the Southwest that I chaired. I didn't even have one share in it, just one. And I was the chairman, and the company was doing well. So we can go back to it. We can sew it together very easily. There's competent people all over Nigeria. Just like all of you are scattered here, there's competent people all over Nigeria that we can work with and be able to show that it is a united country.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think how you went in on that. Thank you. All right, I'm bringing David. David has been falling off. I think David, your enemies don't want you to speak today, but I am sure as David conquered Goliath, you have conquered them. So please, David, I want you to come in right now and show them that you are also a conqueror. Please, you have this space. Good evening, my brother.
Good evening, Saddam. So I'm just going to keep my question very brief. And first of all, I'm going to give some background as to why I'm asking this question. Now, it's been well known that the fuel subsidy regime was unsustainable. It had to go. Preferably should have gone as far back as 2012, wasted an extra 10 years, etc., etc. Regardless of what happened on February 25, the fact is the fuel subsidy was never going to remain in place because the outgoing administration had already not made any budgetary provision for it. Now, that has been used as an argument to state that, well, you know, even if the results that were announced had gone differently, and even if Peter Obi had been announced as president and he had, you know, he was sworn into office on May 29th, that the economic carnage that we are witnessing would have been the same. That it wouldn't have made any difference who was president. Now, I beg to disagree. I believe that the way it was handled, the way the announcement was made in itself, and the way the initial first 2 or 3 weeks of the subsidy removal were handled were what directly led to this huge slowdown in economic activity that we are witnessing and this extreme spiking of fuel prices. Now, so the question is, if Peter Obi was the one who was midwifing that transition from subsidy to no subsidy regime, what would Peter Obi have done different in such a way that the extremely negative effects that it has had on businesses, on people's ability to even travel to work, you know, all sorts of things like that. What difference would Peter Obi's handling of the situation have made?
David, first I'll tell you, election took place on 25th of February. Result was announced when? About the 1st of March. Between the 1st of March and May 29th, it's a clear, call it about almost 90 days. Within these 90 days, I'm sorry to say it, I would have been able to have a respectable economic team that would have sat down with me, even as I talk now. If you say Peter Obi is president tomorrow, I'll give it to you in 1 month. Who respected Nigerians that can sit down and will say, this is where we're going to go. If we're going to remove subsidy, I said it again, look at my tweets. We're not going to pull it. It's like when you have multiple fractures. You're not going to deal with all of it immediately. It's something you need to remove it one after the other. I said we'll remove the corruption side of it. So we know the actual subsidy we're paying. There's so many components in this subsidy that when you listen to, because I've listened to some experts make their comments, you remove that. Having removed that, you now decide on the component of subsidy, whether it's budgeted or not. If it's, for example, when you remove it, maybe what will remain will be 40% of what you're paying or 50%. You cannot set from this day to this where we're going to remove this component. We've seen a former governor come in and said that somebody, David said, he's tired of making money this way, that he has made enough. I don't think I've ever seen anybody who said he's made enough money. Not even Warren Buffett also, who is involved in investing. So for somebody to say that, it shows you what is happening there. So I would have done all that. And I've said we would have also seen what is happening with the issue of the refineries, not the one of government. Modern refineries that people have set up here and there, which they are complaining that their problem is supply of crude and other things. So that there's a combination of simultaneous things you need to do, quite a number of things that would have helped to manage this better and everything. There's a combination of things you would have discussed with people in all the stakeholders that would have made it better. It would still be painful. It's just like what I said before, that there's a difference between giving you some form of anesthesia before pulling out your tooth and just doing it without anything. There must be a thinking through. It's an economic decision. It's not going to be easy. If it's a return school to the original owners in Anambra State, there were issues with it. People were on strike. The schools were on strike for months. But before we returned it, we made sure that we went through all the beginning to the end to mitigate the problems. For example, saying that all teachers that are employed must be paid by government. They must be maintained by government. That the churches and this thing can no longer run the school. They don't have the resources. There's so many things we put in place that we will continue to do the capital projects. We will continue to do this. But they will take care of the administration and management, but we will support them. I can tell you, I don't know what has changed. At the time I was governor, no state in the north, no state in the east, no state in the west can compare their secondary schools or primary schools with ours. We were the only people where you have secondary schools that have computers, buses, this, everything. Go to those schools today. Infrastructures were rebuilt. We don't own them. Private schools in Anambra State were supplied computers. Private schools in this, so we thought it through. As a governor, I decided that every person, old person in Anambra or does not have any form of pension, the government will pay the person 5,000. You can go and verify what I'm telling you now. Across the whole state, 5,000 every month. I had security in each community employed and paid directly by government in each community. I bought each community vehicle. But this we are taught through, so I knew it was going to be sustainable. People ask me then, where are you going to get money to do this? I said, look at our calculation. Look at what we are getting. Look at why we're going to do it. What I'm saying is that there are things you do, but you have to be taught through. Stakeholders have to be invited. Other people have to have their inputs. It's not just something, it's not something of courage. Because people say, oh, if you have the courage, there's nothing, you have the courage. If you're determined to do it, you're determined to do it. I say it any day, David, I'll put people when they are seeing you live a life of a rock star, when you're buying brand new Jeeps from all over the world at a very expensive price, and you're saying, this is this. No, you cannot say you want, like we've said, we want food security, and this is this. Yes, we want food security. But what are we doing? People must hear it, people must see it. And like I keep saying, it is time we hear from those in charge. I don't know whether this has made a little bit of sense to your question, David.
Absolutely, it has.
You made amazing sense, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right, I think in the spirit of education, I think I'll circle the mic right now to Madam Bolanle. Madam Bolanle, you have the space. Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. How are you? Your Excellency, thank you. Your answers to our questions have been quite illuminating. Thank you. Right. So before I ask my question, I just want to sort of give some context. Right. Back in 2010, when I had my youngest daughter here in the UK, the consultant, the surgeon, the SHO, and the midwife on duty who welcomed her into the world were all Nigerians. So I had Nigeria's finest at her birth, and I often laughed about it. However, we know that there's a brain drain, so that we've got an average 200 doctors leaving for the UK every month. And that has meant that the ratio of doctors to patients is now 2 to 10,000, which is really, really bad. Right. So a few days ago, resident doctors in Nigeria embarked on an indefinite strike. Right, which has meant that, the public hospitals and the conditions are not great anyway. And these are the people who have decided to stay, right? And it calls the question, how Nigerians are able to access affordable healthcare. So my question, sir, is this. Considering the difficulties in that sector, is it time to call a state of emergency on healthcare delivery in Nigeria? And if yes, what would a solution look like? Thank you, sir.
Well, let me start by telling you that The state of emergency, my sister, has been long overdue. It's been long overdue. Today, Nigeria has surpassed India in infant mortality. India is 7 times the population of Nigeria. India is now the country with the largest population in the world, about 1.4 billion, and we're about 200. So they are 7 times our population, but we have worse infant mortality than them, especially in the northern Nigeria. And this is because of lack of primary health care. Lack of primary health care, lack of education, lack of access to health, which is anchored, like I said, on primary health care. And you can't talk about primary health care unless you talk about the human infrastructure, the healthcare workers that are involved, because they are the nurses, the midwives, the everything. When I was campaigning, I went to an IDP camp where they had close to about, according to them, I didn't know, they were about 50 to 100,000. I'm not privileged to know how many they are. But when I came, the crowd I saw should be about 3,000-4,000. They have no form of facility, medical facility, except a nurse, one nurse, who actually was there on a volunteer basis. She said she's tired of hearing or seeing people die or women trying to get men, and so she decided, let me die with these people. It was very painful to see and everything, because we're not investing in healthcare. When we talk about this saving, we're talking, go and look at primary healthcare budgets of Nigeria, a country of 200 million people. And then you look at the budget of, say, I don't want to start, maybe National Assembly. Look at the budget of primary health care. Look at the budget of maybe compared with budget of even parents. That our doctors are leaving, our nurses are leaving. Should worry us, but I'm not as worried as people are. I lived in the UK myself, where at a time, all the doctors, all the distance were from India. I used to tell people that I know India would take over in terms of ICT, in terms of technology, in terms of businesses. The economy of India, go and study it, will be a stronger economy in 10 years' time, because with an Indian and all those around in most of the schools, especially in my class, were Indians and Asians. I came to Oxford and did a program. The dean of the school was an Indian. Doctors in the UK, they are going back to India. They are the ones who are helping Indian government. If you mention, and most of the things they were doing were things that expatriate Indians who are now in charge of various agencies, Institute for Transforming India, were things that they brought, even if they had a former prime minister, we're now using, it is people like you and all those diaspora that if we get it right, like I said, brain drain will be brain gain. You come back. Because we're going to use your knowledge. You're actually going to be the first investors we are going to get when we talk about foreign investors. Foreign investors are not going to come until you people come. When they see you going home and making money, they'll follow you. That's how foreign investors go to country. They don't just stay and say, let me go there and die. They have to see that, hey, when they see there's law and order, and David can come in and go out while criticizing government, nobody will harass him, nobody will talk about him, but he can come in and say, Mr. Peter Obi, you're a failure. Why not? As governor, I had people who harassed me all over the place. I've said it several times. Mrs. Cindy Bay, Oken Dibe's mother. Oken Dibe is a journalist that is well known to you, Professor Oken Dibe. The mother, I didn't know it was the mother, walked me out of a church as a governor. Said I should stop praying here because she's being owed gratuity and pension. That God will never hear my prayers. I should leave the church. And everybody was trying to control her. He said, no. I followed her to her house. And I said, Mama, I'm going to pay this money, not just to you, but to everybody. That's how I cleared 35 billion naira worth of gratuity and pension. From that woman, the way he was talking to me, if I do it today to anybody in Nigeria, they'll lock me up. But that's what governance is all about. You're choosing to do a job, you have to listen to the people. Not when they said you did this, you say, who are they? They should go and get people in their village, even when they are saying, telling you the truth. So we must have a country that works. And if we have it, I can tell you the doctors, we can train more doctors, more nurses, more this. Some will leave, some will stay. Eventually, as we get involved in building our health infrastructure properly, where we create a proper insurance scheme that will take care of us. If India, with large population, can have a scheme that provides health facility for Indians, 1.4 million, Indonesia have the best. There are 216 something million. They have one of the best healthcare insurance in the world today that works for everybody, where the rich contributes and the poor contributes. And then, if all these countries can do it, we learn what they're doing and do it. It is not rocket science.
Thank you very much, sir. David, would you like to ask one more question?
Me?
Yeah, just ask it before we move on to Jimmy.
Okay. Right. I was gonna ask a question. This was a question about the Labour Party. Okay. Well, I don't know whether it was Otumba who wanted to ask this question, because I remember he mentioning it. But well, since we're already here, let's go ahead with it now. I remember having a conversation, I think it was with Saddam a few days back, and we're talking about the future of the no, it definitely wasn't Saddam. We're talking about the future of the Labour Party, right? And obviously, what PO's vision for the Labour Party and for the obedient movement is. So I guess the question I would ask is, in now that we're obviously coming to the end of the 2023 election cycle, obviously we've recorded major successes both with the obedient movement and the Labour Party. They're both joined at the hip, obviously. So how does PO see things moving forward in terms of motivating more young Nigerians potentially to become card-carrying, registered members of the Labour Party? I believe N6 has been very vocal about the need for young Nigerians to not just take an interest in this election cycle because Peter Obi is involved, but also to become, if possible, card-carrying members of the Labour Party, to take part in the internal processes of the party, if possible, and also to take note of the other candidates that the party fronts in the gubernatorial, senatorial, and House of Representatives elections, even at state level, state House of Reps, local council chairman, that sort of thing, so as to essentially create or boost a political structure that is independent of what had come before it. So what is Peter Obi's vision for how young Nigerians can plug into this, both in the short and in the medium term?
Well, my take in it is that, you see, the young Nigerians have been the greatest loser in this enterprise called Nigeria. They've been the greatest loser. Some of us live the life where I used to tell people, David, I bought my first car, Volkswagen. If I would say my first, that the first car that I used, because the first car I used was the Honda Civic, which I bought and used and put it into a taxi system. The first time I bought the car was as a first-year student in Nsukka. I went to J. Allen in Enugu and bought the Volkswagen for Volks car for 2,700 naira. Drove it to university. I used it. Everybody in Nsukka know my car, AN700 SA. In my second year, end of my second year, David, I bought a Pigeon 505 from Umano Motors in Nsukka for 7,500 or 7,600 naira. By my final year, and leaving university, I had a BMW for 15,000. So, what am I trying to say? Look at that type of life that I lived. And so many other students. We had students then, Chris Okotie, who was in Enugu, doing his thing, Jidobi. We have other students who were doing similar things. All of us, we had cars, lived well, campus was what it is and everything. You're leaving school, some people are going to work in corporations, some people are going overseas for their masters, people were doing this, we traveled, when there's the holidays, student fare to go to London was 80 naira, then moved to 100 naira. You will say university, inside the university, there's a bank who sell foreign exchange to you at $1, 60 kobo, or call it 1 naira to $1. And suddenly, it's now 850 to 1. And you're not worried. then you're not a human being. So it's become a mess. And nobody's to be blamed. I'm not blaming anybody. But I'm saying we can get it reversed. The young people who have been the greatest loser, who have suffered the greatest pain in this, what are, like NSAS and everything and all that, and still got a pushback. This is their time to get involved. If you look at what you were able to achieve in the past 8 months, I urge you to get involved. It's all I did and all I'm doing, and it's that I said, I will be with you in this exercise. And I liked when it, but I can say what I tell people, I'm not the that I left office. I had $150 million of my state money, and nobody urged me to save in dollars. Nobody. I did it on my own, and I had about 35 billion naira in cash, and I had a similar amount in investments. So said today that they passed a law telling me they'll build a house for me in Lagos, in Abuja and Oka, and I don't have one. I don't have a piece of land, in the whole of Anambra State, given to me by Anambra State government, in Oka in particular. I don't have a house in Abuja. My wife have a flat in Lagos. We live in it. And recently, because of the issue, we're trying to repair, we rented a place. So for me, I'm not saying I'm a saint, but public money is for public good. I must be used for that. And it's important that people understand that. And for those who even do the wrong things, they should be human and think about what damage they're doing. So for me, the young ones, please get involved. No matter how this scenario we see ends, if you check what we were able to achieve in this short time, the future belongs to you. Kill or snatch it or kill or do anything. No. You're going to do it in an organized manner and lead this madness out of the door, because it is a case of where lunatics, all of us today, are the lunatics in charge. You must guide us to the door and bid us goodbye so you can start building a nation you can be proud of. That's how countries change. People bring about change. And that's what we are trying to reverse that by bringing tribalism into it, religion into it, and everything. When we've seen that all those things have not paid anybody, when I'm bringing it into it and everything, you now see them labeling P2B this every morning, that every morning. Like I said, I'm not a saint. I've passed through schools. I've just told you schools where I passed through. You can go there, Google my name in anything, whether it's in Christ the King College, in Nsukka, in Oxford, but I passed through there. And the little knowledge I got from there, I used it for the benefit of the society in which I live in. I was a businessman. I passed through the banks. I was the director in 3 different banks. There are records people can go and check and say, this is this. So this is what we want to do for the new Nigeria. Let's see. Look at what David is doing. Look at the sacrifice people are doing. Look at what Saddam. Look at what all of you are doing in your different areas. Ibrahim. Sacrifice. Let me be different. Let me say this is this. Even before I met all of you, I've been following what you're doing. I've been reading. I was telling David the day we spoke, I said, I thought you live in this thing. I thought you're much, much older. I was telling Saddam, I didn't even know who you are, David. I've never met any of you one-on-one. I've met Ibrahim, but look at us talking and share. So get on with it. Go and become party members, Labour Party member. We are not there yet. So you can come in and change it. You can come in and say no to this and everything. You become part of it. In the next few years, you take it over and be able to teach us how to do it better. That's my own lesson. Don't stay outside. It is not time to complain. I was at that time complaining, and I said, I won't complain again. Let me get involved. And I'm not involved, and that's where I am. And I'll do it for next few years. If you don't know, somebody like me, I won't say it, but if I had succeeded, we have shown credibility and experience, allow them to be part of whatever you're doing for the transition to move on very well.
Young Nigerians get involved in politics. It is time we start retiring these old men that are benefited from the system that works. I don't understand how you will see and you meet a naira at 1 naira and you're taking it to 800 naira and you're still flexing on our lives. So young Nigerians, I think the clarion call has been given out to us on this platform. Please get involved. Get involved. Oh yeah, let's move on.
Because I heard you say if you've already succeeded, sir. This is Mary White. My question is, so recently there was an unfortunate incident that occurred at the Federal High Court in Lagos, where a former CBN governor was arraigned for illegal possession of firearms. And more concerning was the high-handed display by the DSS at the court premises. So the question is, how would a Peter Obi administration, which I know we will get back our mandate, handle such reckless display of lawlessness and total disregard for the rule of law by government agencies? So that's my question. Chukugazegi, Your Excellency, sir. Dalo.
My sister, let me tell you. Let me ask you a question. Where do you live?
I live in the United States.
Okay. Do you know that today, and I'm sure you know, the biggest contributor to the biggest item that contributes to United States GDP is an intangible asset called the rule of law. It is not oil. It is not a distance. You have a way to verify it. The Western world economy, the greatest contributor or one of the cooperative contributors, let me use one of them, is intangible assets called rule of law. The reason why people want to live in United States, want to live in London, want to live in anything, is not about, it is not about anything other than there's law and order. So if I go there and do a business and it fails, I can report, there will be A, B, C, D, F. If somebody comes and attack me, if somebody does this and all that and everything. I lived in the UK for years. I told you this. I lived in the UK for years. And my house was in my name. My house is in my name. You know, I'm a Nigerian man. So I didn't put Mr. and Mrs. So it's in Mr. Peter Obi. I live there with my wife. Her name is not in the. So, and I decided I'm going to sell this house. I want to move from my next house. I own on one street, 2 houses. I live in one. One was rented out. So when I decided, okay, I'm going to sell this one and go to the other one, and I went to the estate agent and said, I want to sell this house for this amount and everything. Went to the lawyer. The lawyer said to me, you live in this house with your wife? I said, yes. He said, for how long have you lived in this house? I said, I bought this house in 1995. 2001 or so. He said, was it up to 10 years? I said, yes, maybe not. Not in this sell it without, and it's your wife. This was true or not? What I mean, I didn't even ask another lawyer. I went home to my wife and said, you know, we're selling this house. I went to, what am I saying? There's where you live in United. States today, that day in court was, I'm not what happened in Nigeria that surprises me. This man was,
I think the connection is really
CBN governor for 5 years. So they must have found him good. Because I'm sure if he was not doing well, just about
Yeah, we're losing signal. I don't know. It's from parallel.
GCON,
And
and suddenly now we can't even grant him a bail to go home.
yeah, something is wrong with his connection. Something's definitely wrong with his connection. Oh, well, I'm glad he's almost. I think it's almost. He's almost done anyway.
It happened to me. I said it as governor. People were calling me names. People were
Yeah, I think the connection on their end, though, it's not. I don't know. It's really crazy. Oh yeah, yeah. So I guess they'll come back. I don't know. Something is going on with their connection. Something is going on with the connection. Yeah. Let me see. Let me just.
I said it as governor. People were calling me names. People were
The Agbado people don't enter the matter because you know they had them. And the same thing, though, for the other for audio. I know, right? Technical team should get on it. Jeez. Eh? The technical team should get on it. Sharp, sharp. In the meantime, let me pull up a video for us to watch while they're trying to fix that audio. Let me pull up a video that I think it's important for us to see here. And this is almost wrapping up, so I don't know. The audio just suddenly started. I just na Nigeria now. And the issue be that. That's the issue. Thank you so much, guys, for the. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, guys, for liking. I know even the. I never even tell una say. I don't even need to ask you guys to. You guys just like without me asking. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's take this out for now while they're fixing the audio. Let me bring this here so we can listen to this really quickly.
WTO to really stop Africa industrializing. This is the crucial thing. We cannot allow them to produce manufacturers. It's not difficult. Trust me, it's not difficult. We need nationalist governments. We need them committed to industrialization, and it won't take them a decade to move out from where they are. This is the fundamental point. It's not difficult. But this next round of the WTO is designed to block that. If we had time, I would go through all the different things that they're trying to put into place to block anyone else getting on top of the ladder. You've read this book of Hajun Chang, Kicking Away the Ladder. You see, when we become rich, we make sure the others can't climb up the ladder and join us. Okay? And this is what this next Doha round is about. It's to make sure, especially sub-Saharan African countries, do not escape. Since I have about 3 minutes left, I'm going to go to this economic ideology thing, because this is important for academics. You see, we teach, in many cases, garbage. And it doesn't hurt anyone, a lot of this garbage. You know, it's a blah, 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 blah. And we don't know what we have learned, but anyway, we were there at the university and you got a certificate and you go away and you feel you've learned something. But sometimes we teach very destructive things. And no more important than when we're teaching people from developing countries. And one of those very damaging and destructive things is the doctrine of comparative advantage. It's a lie from beginning to end. It's utter crap. It has been decimated many times, but we keep it in every curriculum. Why? Because it tells sub-Saharan African countries that their destiny is to produce raw materials, you see. And if you produce raw materials, you get rich just like we are in the West. You see, this is the game we're playing. And just for you to be totally confused, we normally build models with it, mathematical models. So you really have no idea what they're talking about. But it seems all very scientific. Then we have the modern version of this is because it's all a failure. We know it's a failure. We now have a new generation of economists saying, it's only a failure because you're all corrupt in your countries. We call that new institutional economics. You've all probably learnt it all, but you didn't know why they invented it. It was invented to tell you the same thing. You should keep producing raw materials. Now, don't be as corrupt as you were before. Nobody ever told you that aid was designed to actually start the corruption process in the first place. Okay, and we need corruption to make sure you're doing all these things. But now we blame the victim. You're poor because it's your fault, basically. And you're poor, stupid, and corrupt, basically. This is the message that we're giving people. We also have many theoretical justifications, but I'm going to say something controversial to end. And she's happy that I'm ending because she has to discipline me. And that is, there are also what I call more enlightened approaches, but which are also potentially destructive for sub-Saharan African development. And this is where I come back to the IMF and the World Bank. You see, now they're all into poverty alleviation. They want you to concentrate on redistributing income, and it's something nice. You're young people, you're socially conscious, you're aware. You don't like all this injustice. So you gravitate towards what we call pro-poor strategies. But actually, I'm sorry to tell you, that is not what Africa needs. Africa needs aggressive industrialization. When China was a communist country and we had equal distribution, who feared China? Who took them seriously? They weren't even the size of the Netherlands. But today, I can't open an internet site.
Oh, okay. So I don't think they were able to get that connection back. So, okay, let's continue with our video.
I can't open a magazine. I can't open a newspaper without China, 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 China. And we know what has built China is not socialism or communism, it's capitalism, guys. It's manufacturing, it's production. This is what creates employment. This is what created jobs. I'm not pro-capitalist, but this is the reality. And unfortunately, we're now going to get caught with the good cop, bad cop. The good cop is now IMF saying, oh, you must concentrate on poverty reduction and income redistribution. As long as we can take you away from industrialization, this is the crucial thing. You know? I leave it at that. And I'm sorry I took so
long. That's for you to digest. Let me see. Let me see the back. No. It didn't work. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, moving on to the next video. I mean, at least we heard everything that he had to say. So, shoot, that's the most important thing. Everything that he said, I can't say that it's the first time I'm hearing it, you know. So, I guess people just need to hear things over and over again, you know. And it's good that he was able to make time to talk to everybody, so everybody will know that he's still strong in the movement and all of that. Let's listen to this really quickly.
President Tinubu promised renewed hope.
You see a couple of things. Let me tackle his president dial back.
Yes.
You see why we keep saying manifestos matter.
Absolutely.
We campaign in poetry and govern in prose. Now they have seen how hard it is for governance. They are trying to backtrack. But please, somebody should tell Mr. Ashomole that we have receipts. We have the manifesto. It was over 80-page document. Have you known so?
Yes.
How he promised economic growth of 12% and he dialed it back. How we promised agricultural boards, all the things he promised and he said, we have all the recordings. And no matter how much he tries to, move away from it, we'll ask them the question. That's what governance is about. We want him to do well. We want Nigeria to do well.
Yes.
But Nigeria will only do well with scrutiny, Oji. So please, when politicians start to change mouth, don't listen to them. They promise renewed hope. Although people are facing renewed shege now, but we know life can be a whole lot better if they do what is needful for the people. President Tinubu himself said, let the poor breathe. Don't suffocate them. But he's suffocating them now with all of this, bad implementation of policies. They need to go back to the drawing board. Let me now go back to the next, video you show. Oji, there's another video I want you to show. Okay. Maybe tomorrow you get the video and show
Send
it
to me.
In that video, Prince Nduka Obaegbana was the moderator. Before this, there was a subsidy debate. And Prince Nduka Obaegbana championed that subsidy debate where Labour and all the stakeholders came to debate. And I remember Emir Sanusi Lamido was CBN governor then and was giving us the empirical numbers. But people like Mr. Shomole then were making arguments based on, when you look at it, the arguments and the other people against were making arguments all sorts based on the fact that there was political slant for them and they wanted to enjoy something politically. So you can now see many years down the line, we have gone back to where we are. I was saying this morning, Nigeria is almost a cycle. The best time to have put out that something was 2012. And for everybody now that they cannot talk because of their hypocrisy, at least you heard in that speech that Pastor Tunde Bakare was saying they are just there to confuse Christopher Kolade. Kolade is Christopher Kolade. When Goodluck Jonathan announced subsidy removal, he put a plan forward. He brought about Shopee. Christopher Kolade was the leader of Shopee. From day one, as he announced, he had a plan. This one's announced subsidy, gone, no plan. Just put the plan is to truncate people's life and put them in untold disaster. So you can see that what goes around comes around. You can see all.
Peter Obi is back, so let me connect with them again.
How are you going to get the revenue? Are you going to tax people who are jobless and looking for money to eat? Are you going to do so? It is all a something that is worrisome, and I keep telling people it will get worse. People will say to me, "Oh, this thing we did," I say, "No. It will get worse." So really, I agree with you. They are poorly paid, but it's same thing all over the place. We can start improving their own because they're providing security and making sure listen. And again, they are seeing politicians sacrifice. Because if you're going to tell a policeman to follow you and it's not being well paid and everything, and if you're going to tell him to secure the place and his children are not in good school, I used to tell people that those who live with my parents, when I was in primary school, we attended the same primary school as me. And his children and me, whose father is the boss, today, it won't be the same.
And back from the speakers, and a couple of questions after our panelists have asked all their questions from the comment sections. We cannot ask all, but we ask as many as possible. Mr. Peter is here with us, so let me come to you, Nigeria. You have the space.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Saddam. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think this has been a phenomenal space. You've made some very key revelation. And I just want to assure you, on behalf of my name is I'm well-meaning Nigerian. I'm one among many. The obedience generally we are with you in this process. You would know you won't imagine how many obedients are now lawyers but never studied law. Following this process through and through, back to back. So my question is really relating to character, competence, and capacity. But I think the real point is character. For some of us, for people that really care about the image of Nigeria as a country, we would agree that Nigeria is undergoing a very serious character assassination. I mean, we've always had that, but I don't think we've had it this bad at, we're having it at this point, we're having it at a very higher level. I mean, talking about people that we've seen visited the Aso Villa, a place that's supposed to be a reverent place. Over the past 2 months, we've seen so many people, but I think that's kind of consummates at the recently released ministerial list. I mean, it's not something to talk about too much because for some of us, we know that this is a temporary or an interim administration, so we don't try to reverence it. But I think the point of this question is, on that list, you can technically tell that most of the names, I mean, you can classify most of the names into one way or the other, but most of them falls within people that are under a reward system. But the most disturbing for someone like me, and I think a couple of people, is, we have a female nominee on that list that in 2018 had to be sacked by the Senate. In 2023, now this year, she's being investigated by the Code of Conduct Bureau. Still 2023, she's also undergoing some legal candidate for winning wrongly. Then in 2019 was sacked again by the Supreme Court. In fact, this time the Supreme Court gave him 10 years ban from running for any political office. And to see that such people appear on a ministerial list for Nigeria, for me, it's character assassination at federal level. It's just killing the character of Nigeria. So my question really is, you've answered one part of my question when you said in 1 month you would have your list of team out. So I want to also believe that in 1 month, probably or less, you probably have all your ministers out. But I just want to ask you, what sort of character, what sort of criteria should we be looking at from the people you would be making ministers or other appointees when you eventually come to power, which we are hoping should be very soon? Thank you very much.
Without taking too much of your time, what I will tell you is that nobody, I've repeated it several times, with any questionable form of certificate and the other will work with me. I don't need to waste my time on that. I'm saying it categorically. If you have a question to answer with your certificate, you're out. It didn't just happen to me. Let me tell you, when I appointed commissioners in Anambra State, I'm not talking about what we started today. When I appointed commissioners in Anambra State, I told every one and each of them, make sure whatever paper you're carrying is the right paper. So I had university lecturers, had this and everything, and it was very straightforward. So we did the verification before you even go public. It was already done within a house. So I didn't wait until it went public. The appointments, I appointed human beings. Even if you had a situation that is bad, if you had a situation that is bad, we knew. So it wasn't, and we knew that we're going to defend it before we say, yes, we're going to work with this person. But I did not, while I was campaigning, meet up to 70% of my commissioners. They are wondering, how did you appoint them? I never met my chief of staff before. Never met her. I didn't know who she was while I was campaigning. I only read her CV. I said, this woman should come in and be commissioner for information.
Oh boy, the connection again. Something is wrong.
Like I said, when I was the director or chairman of a bank, it will shock you. I work with people couldn't, people don't want you to even appoint. Go, because then I will learn. So don't come here and answer me, sir. No commissioner saw me to the
The audio.
we want to do enter Air Force One, Air Force Two. If he wants to travel, he travels. So what we want to do is to do things differently. And I assure you, I'm not saying I'm not going to appoint people from the moon. I'm going to work with Nigerians, but there would have been different Nigerians. Even in my campaign, I was telling somebody that somebody like Aisha Soup, I only knew her from, I called her when we were campaigning. Someone like Ibrahim, someone like, I can go on and tell you a few other people who joined us. I never met them before, but we invited them, we excited that they joined us. And we worked with them. So that was what we're doing. So that is what is critical. You know? That's what it was critical. And it's important that that happens. When you appoint people remain the same.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It's important we know the makeup of your cabinet coming in. All right, I think right now, N6, you can come in. You can come in right now. But guys, please, we are bringing up your questions now. Thank you to our moderating speakers. Everyone have asked wonderful questions. It's been an amazing space so far.
Yeah,
We have over 33,000 people streaming it live on YouTube. And thank you to all of you that are streaming, that provided your platforms to stream. Thank you to Ingenja TV. I just want to say this real quick. Let me use this moment and do a little bit PR and sell. Please permit me to sell my market. Sell our wonderful market. Please, if you are a student and you love journalism and writings, do you love reporting and you are on campus? We're creating a Parallel Facts Media Campus community. You can please send us, shoot us an email at info@parallelfacts.com. Please, info@parallelfacts.com. We need young Nigerian writers. We're about to take back our country and want to do it with young, talented Nigerians. So please, we see all the politicians on the platform. I hope you guys are really taking your pen to jot things down and take it home to begin to implement real life-changing policies for Nigerians. Thank you. And if your hands are up, so I'll allow you to come in right now. Then please, guys, our moderating speakers, thank you so much. I'll have to drop some of you. I'll drop you guys down and bring more people up now so we can have the last few conversations with our Excellency. Thank you very much. NC, you have the space. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Excellency. There's a question I want to ask you, and I'll need you to please listen to me so you could understand what I mean. You're a frequent traveler, and you travel with a Nigerian passport. It seems over time, the Nigerian passport has lost its relevance, its respect, both in Africa, in the West African sub-region, and overseas. Our passport is barely improving with its accessibility to several nations. And then our passport, you land in a country and our passport already subscribes you to certain checks. Someone as popular as David Hundeyin would go to Zimbabwe And the Nigerian passport does not even make Zimbabwe afraid of putting him in a room alone for several hours. There is a huge disrespect and battering of the Nigerian image, and where we feel it a lot is on the Nigerian passport, especially traveling. Do you have any plans for Nigeria's image? How to launder Nigeria's image? Any plans on how to get our passport to be stronger? And just any plans on making Nigeria look better overseas? We seem to be ascribed more to negative news than to positive news. There has to be a way soft power can be used to get us looking better diplomatically overseas. Please, sir, do you have any answer for this situation?
Mr. Peter, are you there?
Connection. Oh, hey, God. Network.
Hello, sir. Are you here?
It's muted. I think he has to unmute first.
Okay, you have to unmute your mic, sir.
You have to unmute,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Very straight answer. If you want to earn respect anywhere in the world, whether as an individual or anything, you put your house in order first. Nobody respects you when you're going around as a beggar. Nobody respects you when your economy is in shambles.
Facts.
Do you not have a form G7, G20, G anything? It is based on economy. I have an Indian friend who told me that India will be, when I was campaigning, who told me that India will be hosting G20 very soon. I think it was the end of this year. I said, if you win, I will invite you as an observer. I said, I won't come. We should be members. He said, Peter, I'm shocked you said that. I said, yes, we are supposed to be members. The only way when green passport was respected was when we have something to offer. When we're a nation, when we have economy, when we're able to employ our people. When our people have means of livelihood.
And they were not jackbarring.
So, for you to have a strong foreign policy, you must have a strong domestic policy.
Facts.
I, Peter, if I'm opportune to serve Nigeria, will tell you, as a governor, I had a diplomatic passport, but I can tell you, I did not travel on diplomatic passport. I traveled on Nigerian passport. I lived in England, had children there. They went to from primary school to secondary school. To the end, I had a stay. I go to every country of the world with green passport. I don't have dual citizenship to have permanent residency. Even the one they said you have to have if you have a particular amount of money. But I don't have. I don't want to have. God created me in Nigeria. And I tell my children, any day you see there's war in Nigeria, I'll go back there and die. I've traveled everywhere I went in the world where there's problems. I was in Rwanda when there was problem in Rwanda. I've gone to so many parts of the world. Even when Haiti had earthquake as a governor, I went to Jonathan and pleaded to go there as a Nigerian to help them as a sitting governor. So all I'm saying is that this passport will be great. It requires us to do the right thing. To you came from a system that does not even respect David. Because the way he's treated, or the way Nigerians will be treated, if Nigeria was good, you can summon even the ambassador and said, no, we can't have this. Even when he was just a young man. I have had the same disrespect myself. I can tell you. I've had the same disrespect myself. I've traveled where I come into a country, somebody will tell you, and you're trying to tell him, say, listen, let me tell you, I cannot trust you.
Hi.
Because you're Nigerian. I said, that's the only reason. I said, yes. Recently, I went to the UK. An immigration officer asked me, about my return ticket. I said, I don't. He said, well, you must show me your return ticket. I said, I don't have it. Okay, let me look at my email whether I can find it. I said, but what? Why? This is the first time. He said, if you don't see it, let me tell you where you're traveling from is the problem. So I've had all sorts of things. I've gone to African countries. I've been treated the same way as David. You know, because David is probably an important person and a known person, and also somebody who will always fight for his rights. Somebody like me will stay quiet there and be praying that let these people solve my problem peacefully. Because even if I say I'm held there,
Nigerians and prayer. The bug.
and some people will say, oh, he's being held for something else. Not do anything.
What a man. What a man. Hi.
Unless this sacrifice today, they cannot represent us.
Questions. I'll be dropping the rest of. I'll be taking like a couple of questions from the comment section right now. I see your comments. We have over 5,300 comments, and we have over 35,000 of you. Please, for my earlier advertisement I just did. If you love journalism and you're a student, please, it's up on the jumbotron. Fire Facts team filled with hardworking Nigerians trying to change the journalism stratosphere of the country. Thank you. All right, let me take like 3 questions from the comment section. So back-to-back questions, really sharp. Then I'll come back to the speakers that are up here. I think please, guys, also please, we cannot ask judiciary inclined questions here. It is for a reason. He is in court, and we cannot be seen to be asking questions that has to do with anything about the judiciary. So please, it's important, and that is why we have not asked any questions that has to do with that. So please, it's important you guys understand why we are not asking that questions, please. So if you have such questions, I'm sorry, we'll not be able to ask you. Sir, a question from Mature Jungle. Presence. Kudos for the great work you're doing. When can we have him on space? Mr. Peter, can you answer that, sir?
Hello?
Did you hear the question I asked you, sir?
Yeah, go on.
All right. The question from Mature Jungle, he said, please, sir, tell Baba Dati Ahmed that we are missing his presence. Kudos for the great work both of you are doing. Please, when can we have him on space? All right. Fingers crossed. Thank you very much, sir.
What?
Man.
Chini says, Your Excellency, do you have plans to reintroduce technical training schools in our educational system like we had in the old days? Our youth lack the right skills to thrive in today's workforce. For example, Dangote's refinery hiring workers from India due to lack of skills in Nigeria is saddening.
Let me tell you, that is certain. It is certain. Do you know the biggest pool of training and the biggest in terms of training technical people and ICT and engineers and everything in India is Bombay Institute of Technology, which was established the same time as Yaba Technology School.
Wow.
By British colonial masters. Today, that one have produced most of the billionaires you see in India. It become an Ivy League school that you can do anything to get admitted in or be part of it. Nobody talks about Yaba College of Tech again. Everything has failed. We need to bring them back. And that is why I said, that's why we're not earning any respect. We must bring back our country. And it requires a lot of sacrifice.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, Blessed Emmanuel, say question, sir. Sir, what period of time would it take you to put all the seaports functioning? Probably, I think, to make all the seaport functioning. One, how fast will you tackle insecurity in all the geopolitical zones in Nigeria?
Well, like I said, insecurity is number one. Security is number one job of a government. And it is critical. You can't talk about attracting investment if you're not secured. You can't talk about attracting investment if the rule of law is not respected. So there's so many things that are intangible assets that are attractive. Security, more secure. People still come out in streets of New York for jogging. You go to the park, it's filled up in the morning with everybody jogging. People still come out in streets everywhere, in London, in parks and everything, are moving around, even when there's still shootings and this and everything. So you need security to attract investment. People must have peace of mind. It needs security. There must be rule of law. There must be some semblance of stability in your economy. Things. You won't achieve 100% result overnight. But people want to see 100% effort. And what does that about seaports, what I do about the airport, up and running? Nigerians today go to Kenya to go to Dubai. They go to Ethiopia to go to Dubai. Shipment ports in terms of sea.
Oh my God, the audio.
I won't tell you more, but I've said it before. People said, what of clothing exports? That is, Vietnam is doing over to something $billion worth of shoes, footwear. And we have over 60,000 fertile land like Niger State. Can give us all the food we need to export. If we know what we're doing, we organize ourselves in 5 more, if not 3.
Thank you
And
very
all
much,
this
sir.
village you're talking will change itself. If we have a prosperous nation where you can, countries have been where we are. When people talk about agitation now and talk about everything, I said to them, go and read about Brazil, Mexico, and all this thing. People were a few years ago running away from Mexico, Brazil, everywhere. There are lots of agitations in Colombia and everything. Today, those countries are changing. We can do the same thing. I've studied what they've done. I've visited them. I know what they've done. We can do the same thing.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. All right, I think I'll still go back to questions from the comment section, 1 minute each. Miss Pels, you have the space. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Excellency. Good evening, everyone on this platform here today. Thank you very much, Parallel Facts, for organizing this space. Your Excellency, I'm so very glad you're here today. You gave us your word.
What is going on? Maybe they should drop some of it.
2 months back, and you're here. That's very noble of you. I knew that I wasn't making a mistake in supporting you, and thank you very much for being so consistent. So what I have to say here today is not a question, it's more of a comment. A fragile country like Nigeria, even across ethnic, political, and religious divides, even pre and post elections, you are the real unifier. Thank you very much, sir. So again, we all know that
Hi. This is terrible.
we won the elections, but we were rigged to regain our mandate, and we have maintained peace and order. So this is in contrast to the outbreak of needless violence in Nigeria right after Buhari lost in 2011. We all know that there was so much for your maturity, for placing your love for Nigeria above personal interest. And we are with you all through this proceedings. We love you. We will keep praying for you. And we very much know that that by God's grace we will reclaim our mandate. Thank you very much, sir.
And peaceful. It is
Man, what kind of the network is terrible. Let me see if it's the same way on Twitter.
for the interest of the country is to the in Nigeria.
I think Twitter is clearer.
To the it must be the right thing.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think I have, before I move on to the next question, I have a question from our YouTube. He said, if in a very short, let's say if you can do this in 2 minutes, sir, how would you deal with the issue of federal character?
Well, it's already enshrined in our constitution. You must ensure that every part is represented, but must be represented by somebody who is competent, qualified, has a character that can be used as an exemplary person.
Thank you. We lost you, sir. But okay, I think.
Can I go back?
No. He answered the question fully, Sadam.
All right. Please let's go on real quick.
I think the Twitter space is much
your hands
better.
are up, so please in a minute your question, please. Thank you.
Your Excellency, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you for making sure that our faith as Yoruba people in you is not mismanaged, is not thwarted. And I'm really appreciative of everything you have done. And I want you to know we will build a new Nigeria together, sir. Sir, my question borders on this, sir. Sir, as I speak to you, I am an inventor. I invent things and I do a whole lot of things. But we don't have the enabling environment for science and technology. The environment is so hostile to us that we are the one that will source for the money, we are the one that will do the research, and we are the one that will start to construct what we are doing. And it's not really making us. I know a lot of my friends that have left Nigeria. The things I do. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You know why? I've said it even when I speak in open listen. That if the Gates and Steve Jobs and all these were Nigerians, they won't get anywhere.
Like,
nobody will support them.
Yep.
Nobody will support you as an inventor in a corrupt country. Because you have people with wealth without any enterprise, any invention, anything, until such things becomes respected, seems to be something of value. People can see what you're creating and value it, and you become the person to be celebrated. Then it becomes something people will jump to. Banks will give you money, institutions will give you, they will give you all the support. Today, our banks don't even lend money to people like you or entrepreneurs.
Nope.
They do pump brokerage. So you go to a bank, the bank will tell you, if you give me a house, I give you this. You have to bring your mother's house, your mother's land, blah, blah.
Your mother's head.
But the same bank will turn and give local government money.
Exactly.
Because they are so the system have crowded out the real sector people that are supposed to lend money because they're lending to local government chairman because he gets statutory allocation every month. So they give him money to go and do whatever he wants. This has to change. That's why I said we have Bank of Industry that will lend to industrialists, lend to innovators like you. Have Bank of Agriculture that will lend to real farmers. The two biggest banks should be, or three should be Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, Bank of Infrastructure. That's not what it is in other countries, but it's not. And this is where we must go to. We must build a new Nigeria that works for everybody. Look at you, Yoruba man. Look at today, what we are getting either in Lagos, in Ogun State. There's so many things. You go to Ibadan, yes, the governor is trying whatever he can do, but things can be done better if federal government comes in with a mind, look at the population, look at everything. You can turn all our population into gain, the way Indonesia, all other countries like our size have been able to do. Yeah, but it used to be exemplary place where people come to for academics, for medical, for everything. It's a shadow of itself.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, 99% oppressed. Please, if you're up here and you want to, please, let's try and make sure it's questions we're asking, because if you have pleasantries for Mr. Peter, you can put it up in the comment section. It helps us so that we don't lose this opportunity. The next time we'll have him here is 2 months from now, so it's important we ask him questions that have nothing to do with the judiciary. Please, very, very important. Thank you. 99% oppressed, you have the space now. Please, in a minute, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dan. Good evening, Your Excellency.
Good evening.
I'm happy to be on the space with you today. Yeah, my question will border on security. Yeah, you've talked extensively about oil theft in the past, and you said openly to Nigerians that oil cannot be stolen by ordinary individuals. And recently, we've seen where the government claimed that 2 vessels has been apprehended. Oil theft vessels have been apprehended. My question is, if you are the president, would you have ascribed to this idea of destroying evidence while investigation is still ongoing? Because we saw them destroy 2 vessels without telling us the real owners of those vessels.
Exactly.
They only brought out the.
Okay, I answered that question earlier. I said, not just that without telling us the owner. They say one has been operating for 12 years. 12 years. So you have been stealing oil for 12 years. And nobody told us, and that one was carrying 800,000 barrels. So assuming he carries only, assuming he carries only one, he goes only 1 trip a year. He has carried almost 100,000. He has carried almost 100 million barrels, because if he says 100,000, which is almost 1 million, he has done 12 million. It's going 1 trip a year, 1 trip with 800,000, which is like 1 million. So it's done 12 million barrels over the past 12 years. And nobody was able to explain to us, like you said, who is the owner, who are those involved, and everything. But at the end of the day, these are issues we need to do. These are things we need to come up with. We must do things differently. I told you before, the ordinary individuals don't steal oil. It is important that we understand it. People who steal oil are people who have something to do with government. Not you, not me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, let me bring
But
in the
then they
lady
told
now.
me it's gonna be only 2 hours.
Yes, sir. Sir, you have two more questions. Sorry, please. I know. Sorry, please, sir. Sorry, please. I have broken my own. You see, I said something before the space started that I am not you. I don't keep to my words. You keep to
Okay.
your word. I don't keep to my words, sir. So please, forgive me. Spotlight, you have the space. Please, in 1 minute, please ask your question. Please, thank you. And sir, please, our birthday is next week, so you can also wish her happy birthday when she's asking her question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saddam. Good evening, Your Excellency. It's really a big honor for me to speak to you today. You are like a course that every Nigerian should study. And for me, it ties back to why I've been with you even before you came out for this presidency. So my question today would border around our elected officials or representatives under the Labour Party. Because for me, why I really, really adore you is because of the values that you represent. Because you came up at a time when Nigerians were really unsure of what to do with themselves in terms of what to believe in and how to behave. You've really reset a lot of minds. You've shifted a lot of paradigms and the way people think and behave. So now that we have some elected representatives under the Labour Party, how are you ensuring that every one of them actually they've also become like you? I know that we are all unique, but there are some things that are very unique to this movement in terms of transparency, honesty, competence, and all of that. How are we sure that they will also represent us in that same light in our national assemblies and, of course, across all the states? How are you making sure that we have not just one Peter Obi, but a constellation of stars, a million Peter Obis with their unique identities, also doing the right things in their various sectors? Thank you.
My sister, I have to beg you. My leader told me that I'll join you in these prayers. I'm praying for them. That's all I can tell you. I'm praying for them to understand that they were voted in because people believe that Labour is the new movement. But I have to respect my late leader. He told me that you don't know a man or you don't know a person until you give him money and power.
Facts.
If he remains the same person, then you know him. So I'm praying for them. In a difficult Nigeria, it's difficult equally for them, but I'm praying for them. But I'm saying to
I
you
want
that
to pray for them. Oh, yeah.
I know what I'm going to do to get all this to work differently. When I went to Anambra State, it wasn't easy for me. And because of it, I don't get people to say, oh, everybody will be the same. We were trying to. That's why I told people to get involved. The more we see all of you get involved, the more we see, you know what it means in my life for me to see people like you, Saddam, Ibrahim, David, everybody speaking out. If I see anything coming from David, I want to read it because I know. Oh, and I say, it's a young man. So it's going to change. It's going to change. It's a gradual process. We might not get it overnight, but I assure you, it will change. Be rest assured.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
There's two questions people keep asking me. I don't want to close this without, because everybody, as they're bothering you, they're all over the place in my deeds and say, oh, you don't want to comment this. You are avoiding it. You don't want to comment about IPOB and what they're doing in the Southeast because you don't want to be involved in it. I want to tell everybody, I've said it before, all agitators, if I had succeeded, I would have ensured that I meet with them and they tell me what their reason. People have right to agitate. and we have right to talk and be able to come to a reasonable conclusion. I've said it. I condemn in its entirety the issue of sit at home in the Southeast. It shouldn't be. And I thank the governors that are coming up now and saying shouldn't be. I've even come out on Mondays and walked the streets. And I've said it before that it is no longer an IPOB issue because they've repeatedly said we have stopped it and we didn't issue the order. It's now turned into a criminal thing and should be dealt with as a criminal thing. And I said all categorically, as far as I'm concerned, those people who are operating are criminals, and it shouldn't be.
Exactly.
And I urge the governors and leaders of that to deal with it as it deserves. That is my position. People ask me questions about NSAS and what happens, and I say it categorically. NSAS is one of those sorry and very regrettable things that happened in Nigeria. And I urge Lagos State Governor and government who have tried, even setting up a panel and everything, to come out transparently and deal with that issue, and where it is possible, if the wrong government is wrong, come out and own it, apologize, ameliorate, compensate people adequately, and assure them that it will not happen again. There's nothing shy of doing this. Things go wrong. We take wrong decisions. We should be able to own up and apologize that we were wrong. I say people say, okay, oh, it happened in the Ezu River when you were in government. I was abroad. I cut down my trip to come back. The other day I went to Jos, a Mangu, where 327 people died. For God's sake, our government should start doing things properly. Only about 280 or 288 people died in India, train crash. Modi, as the prime minister, got shot his trip and went there. We should, even when it is a mistake of the government, we kneel down and beg people and apologize.
Exactly.
It is nothing, there's nothing in it. Government makes mistake. We can apologize and beg. With that, we have a final closure to it. But we must be transparent and accept our own negligence and do what is appropriate in it. That's what I stand for. I don't know it all. Where I'm wrong, I say I'm sorry. You can ask all the people who work with me, who are around me, whether it's Aisha, whether it's Nana Kazauru, whether it's Tanko, whether it's Ibrahim. They tell you. Every day I say to them, I'm sorry. Because I'm a human being. I make mistakes. I say sorry to my children. I say sorry to my wife every now and then, so that we can have peace and have it. They call it, we can have a country. Every day I feel a pain where our leaders, those of us who are leaders, do not care about the suffering of the people, even for the life we live. Our children live in a better life, a better distance. All the ordinary Nigerian is asking us to do is to make them feel a sense of being human. And we can give it. And that's what we require to give them. That's the least we can do.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So we're going to just wrap up the speakers up here, and it will be unfair if you can just take this in 3 minutes. These questions, I think I'll allow them ask their questions back to back, so you respond to all of them. Then you can give us your final parting shot. Thank you for your sacrifice, for your time. We agreed on 2 hours, maximum 2 hours, 30 minutes, and I said I will not push it beyond 3 hours, and I have done that. So sorry, sir, but please do. I apologize to you are big on apologies. Please accept my own apology too, sir. Please. So I think I'll just allow these 3 speakers ask you back to back to back. then you can wrap up with their questions, and at the same time, you can give us your final parting words, and we'll be seeing you again in 2 months' time, God's willing. So I like the three speakers ask you back to back. My brother, magnific dude, good evening. You have the space. Please, in a minute, you can ask your questions. Then distinguished Oluchi, 1 minute. Dan Juma, 1 minute. In 3 minutes, let's wrap this up. And we'll be having reactions, my brothers and sisters on the platform. We are not ending the space immediately. We'll have a reaction back on what we have listened to today. Thank you. Magnific, you have the space, please, in a minute.
Okay, thank you very much, for Your Excellency, good evening, sir.
Good evening, my brother.
Yes, sir. I think maybe they must have asked the question because I didn't really join on time. But before I ask the question, I really want to say this. We obedient, we don't like the word if. Sir, please, it has to be when you assume that position as the president. It's not if. Please, sir, you will get it. It is your mandate. It is our mandate. We voted for you, and you will get it. So we believe in it, and that's why we're doing this, and that's why we're here with you. Let me go to my question real quick. How do you intend to implement a zero tolerance on corruption in all government parastatals? Because personally, I know those government parastatals, that is where corruption at its highest order is in Nigeria. So how do you intend to curb that? I mean, I know you've been talking about corruption, but those places needs to be seriously dealt with. So please, can you give me
I agree with you.
a brief answer?
The first thing,
Do you want to take it one by one?
Okay, no problem. Corruption.
Okay, corruption, yeah. So, and distinguish, you have the space, please.
Good evening, Your Excellency. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again, sir. My question is, given the reality in Nigeria right now, I strongly feel that your inauguration is near.
I'm not hearing anything again.
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Please try again. Go again, distinguish. Let's see. Just speak. Sir, can you hear me?
Sir, can you hear me?
All right, distinguished, mute. Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, David. Also, I can hear you, Saddam.
Distinguished, please ask your question. Let me see if he can. Then I'll ask him for you. Go on.
Okay. My question is, given the reality in Nigeria right now, I strongly feel that your inauguration is near, and I'm very excited about that. So I am going to say right here, congratulations in advance. I know people might think, oh, it's too early, but I don't care. I'm going to congratulate you for a job well done. Now, my question is, what are the things you plan to do within your first 7 days in office as the president of Nigeria? Because things have changed since the February 25th election, and I'm sure people would like to know how you're going to, get things rolling as soon as you become the president. Thank you.
Sir, did you hear that?
No.
All right. The question is, what are you going to do in your first 7 days in office? And she wants to congratulate you already for being the next president. What you're going to do in 7 days, your first 7 days in office. All right. Let's take the last question. Dan Juma.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saddam, and very good evening to His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, the man of the moment. Yeah, I'm coming in from the state Northeast, and the last time I think I had a handshake with His Excellency was when he came down for the rally. Looking forward to the inauguration day for another handshake, if possible. Now, my question rather is, I think, against the background of.
I'm not hearing it again.
I'm going to ask the question. Danjuma, go on, please.
Oh, all right. So against the background of the way things have been going, especially the industry of bigotry and how it has affected everyone and landed us into where we are right now, any special arrangement that His Excellency would have towards reworking the Nigerian institution to in such a way that it's going to be very.
Danjuma, we have lost you. We have lost you, but Danjuma is
Hello,
one of the.
hello, am I audible?
Okay, please go on, Danjuma.
Yeah,
You,
so
we
finally,
lost you, but go on, please.
without much taking of his time, is I think what has His Excellency got to offer Nigerians, especially with this level of high bigotry that has landed us in where we are, and it's not likely to leave us. So please, do we even have any maybe move towards certain constitutional arrangement so that Nigeria is back on? What has His Excellency got to offer Nigerians, especially with this level of high bigotry that has led.
I think I have to mute you, Danjuma. And Sir, if you can unmute your mic, sir, now, please. I just muted you. Please unmute your mic.
Okay.
Danjuma was asking about he's one of your strong supporters from Gombe State, and he said he met you during the rallies, and hopefully he wants to see and make another presidential handshake during your inauguration. He's asking about bigotry, what you have to do, or what I think you addressed this earlier on, but if you could just in your parting shot talk about the huge divide that has been created during this political season. He's asking about what are your plans in unifying Nigerians again. So with these few questions, I think you can answer from the corruption to what you're going to do in 7 days to the bigotry, and you can give Nigerians your final thoughts. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening. Thank
Well,
you.
my take on corruption is very simple. If you, who is the principal person, is not involved, your family and those around you are not involved, you reduce it by 70, call it 50%. Then you have a zero tolerance, not chasing people who did it before, but from the day you start, that whoever is involved must be dealt with within the law, must, no matter who. And you have to show example by ensuring that you maintain what you say, remain consistent. I said it as the governor for 8 years. It was not a saintly government, but I can categorically say we knew where our resources were. We knew where things are going wrong, and we dealt with it decisively. We can do it at national level. All those things people are saying is not true. It can be followed and followed decisively. And once people see you're not doing it, they'll run for cover. What I'm going to do in 7 days, I don't know, except that Nigerians will start seeing that there's a need for governance to be by example in terms of character of the government, behavior of the government, and things that are happening. Pronouncements will be done properly. And of course, in 7 days, I should have been able to speak to Nigerians like I'm speaking now, where they'll take hours and narrate their problems, and we'll be able to listen to them and know which way to go. In terms of unifying Nigeria, I said it is not a difficult thing. It is a question of sacrifice. It's a question of doing the right thing. Nigerians are united. It is the politicians and the elites in Nigeria that are divided. And they deliberately did it so because system, the more divided we are, the better for them. And that is why they want to keep it so. It is because they cannot compete in terms of character, competence, and other competitive criteria. They want to now compete by dividing us. We are one united Nigeria. We're going to focus. If I have opportunity, I will tell every Nigeria, we must bring the love, we must bring the care and everything. And that is why when people say to me, oh, we're going to do this, no, we will remain calm amidst all provocation. We will remain calm no matter what they do to us. I've always said to some people, we're not going to pull Nigeria down, even if anything happens. No, we will remain calm. We will do the right things. I urge all of you to always remember, we have no other country except this one. We will build it for our children. We're not going to build it by tearing it down. We're not going to build it by rioting. We're not going to do it by calling people bad names. We're not going to do it by encourage each of them. Where they show you hatred, show them love. Where they go scandalize your name, please give them good name. Always remain a reference point. Remain exemplary. People have told me all sorts of things. People have said to me, if they've called me name, they've called me president of mourning, president of condolences, president of, and I've written them back and said, oh, he's always going to where there's burial. He's always going to burials. He doesn't even go to where there's feasting. And I always tell them, it is better to go to the house of mourning than go to house of feasting.
Fact.
It is these are the things that makes you a human being. When you attend burials, you know that this life is so temporal. It's what makes you a human being. You know that all those things you're acquiring, you don't need them.
Yes.
You should not acquire them. Especially when you acquire them wrongly. Those things will not last. It will not save you. So better use those things to help humanity. When you're giving public money to manage it transparently. It is for benefit of public and everything. Stay with people who are in difficulty. Don't push people down. Don't look down on anybody unless you're going to pull the person up. Let us pull each other up. Let us stay with each other. Let us show love to ourselves and show that we're a country where people live and can live together, irrespective of their tribe. All of us are suffering. The North is suffering. The Southwest is suffering. Southeast is suffering. Nobody today, like I said before, buys bread cheaper. We're all in it together. And if we work hard, the bread will come cheaper for everybody. The roads will be good for everyone. Lagos Ibadan road will be good. Enugu Onitsha road will be good. Abuja Kaduna road will be good. Kaduna, all the roads will be good. If we do the right things, we'll travel together. I used to travel to London, only to one airport, Kano Airport. I want to go back traveling like that. I want people to come to Port Harcourt because they want to do business, do their business and go. We can build a better country. In India, it's too large. But today, people in Delhi are okay. People in Mumbai, people in all over India are living well. And they're doing things they want to do. It's same thing in Indonesia. Yeah, I go to Bali, people are okay. People are okay in Jakarta. People are okay in other areas of the country. That's what it should be. Ours should not be a case of, oh, I'm from here. Thereby, the other people should jump into the river. They shouldn't jump into the river. There's no color. There's no difference between a Yoruba man who is carrying a green passport and an Igbo man who is carrying a green passport. We are all the same. Our children who grew up in the same society, we must not divide them. We must live with them. And that's what I beg everybody. So everything I do, I showed you about Mr. Shonokan, who I live with in a flat. He was a mother. He cared for everybody. We didn't know her as a Yoruba woman. I know her as money. My wife called her money. My children call her money. When we heard he died, everybody was feeling bad. On Thursday, I canceled everything I'm doing to go for a burial. She's been buried in London. My wife, my family, everybody will be there. So that's what we should do. That's how we should live. We shouldn't live where you say, oh, Aisha is from this place, Aisha is from there, and everything. No. It is one Nigeria. Let's be one. Let's respect each other. If David has problem, we have problem. Those people who are living in IDP camp in Nigeria are us. They're living through us. Unless they go back to their villages, unless they go back to where they belong, all of us are in IDP camp.
Facts.
Anybody who tells you is happy when other people are suffering is an animal. Anybody who is eating and are happy when people are hungry, an animal. Nigeria must be careful, and we must build a better Nigeria. God bless all of you. Bless Nigeria. Bless all those who work in it. All those who are trying to make it different. Please do not give up. Remain resolute, resilient. We will win eventually. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been an amazing 3 hours plus with you on the platform. And you know when I said on space, time flies like you don't even know. Thank you, sir. I wish people are here. They want you to go on, but we cannot abuse this privilege. We don't see politicians come out here. So when we get one like this, we have to make use of it. Thank you, sir, for spending your time with us. This is on behalf of the whole Power Facts team and crew and the whole body that has made this possible. Thank you so much for honoring us. Thank you for honoring the obedient movement. Thank you for honoring Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians, by coming out today to speak to us. We have heard you loud and clear. I think the sound bites from this space are internal. We can always stick and use them for the next 2 months. Hopefully, we see again in 2 months' time from now. But for us here, you can go and
It's an agreement.
It's an agreement. An agreement is an agreement. You know, but for
Bless
politicians, it's not
this
like that. But for you, it's
man.
different.
No, not serious. It's an agreement.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for this time. Thank you. God bless you,
Thank
sir. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Our regards to the family. Our regards to Dati. We're expecting to see Dati. Please put him on the call. Let him know that Nigerians want to speak to him too.
Yes.
Thank you.
We should fix our time.
David. I'm
Thank
going
you.
to run now. Thank you.
Oh yeah, run away, run away, run away. Yeah.
Saddam, please, you need to give PO love emoji, man. Let's give him a resounding love emoji across board, man. This is awesome. Yeah, please, everybody, let's show some love to this man, man. Please.
My goodness, my people. Nothing else to say. Oh, my God. If you have anything to add, you can come into the studio. But what a man. I can't tell you the number of the number of potent words, wisdom that this man dropped. It's countless. I've been trying to take count of it. It is countless. This is, I don't know how this man was made. I have no idea. I've never seen such a man with such grace, such humility, such a heart for love. Hey, my goodness. Even in the midst of the fact that they are always dragging him, trying to put him down, the man stays calm and steady. Hey, God. Oh my God. Yeah. God will bless this man. Look at how he came. He doesn't see himself better or bigger than anybody else and all of that. Answering, even though they were asking him the same question, the man said the same questions. The man still had the grace to answer. He still had the grace to answer. My. Mm-mm. No, we have to understand there are people who just join this, they are just coming into this obedient movement to remember. There are people who were not part of it before, that over time, after seeing this man's, actions and everything, everybody is starting to buy into it. Buy into it. What a man. What a man. Everybody's starting to see the good. So, or some of the people you see that were asking questions, there were people that were new. They're not regular obedience, or people that were part. They had not been. They only recently joined because the suffering is, everybody don't they hear them. Everybody don't they hear them one way or the other. So people are adjusting themselves and readjusting and realizing, man, this guy was the guy after all. Okay, so that's why for me, I'm personally not offended that people are asking him the same questions. I'm so grateful for the kind of man that he is. This type of man, you cannot disrespect him. He's not somebody, he's above disrespect. There's nothing you can do to him that would spite him. He's been built that way. He's been prepared for such a time as this, you know. So I'm even glad that he's not taking offense. He takes the time to respond again. I tell you, it is making the movement even bigger. The fact that he's able to calm himself down, respond to questions, allow people to be themselves. He is daily adding to the number of people, the good people that are joining and wanting the betterment of Nigeria. That's what is happening. That's what is happening. So I'm at, I mean, hey, I beg, I doff my hat for Ramu. I never see you, and I've never met any human being like this. Mm-mm. The man he's been cooked in wisdom. The man understands the meaning of life. You hear what he said? It's better to be in the house of mourning than to be in a house full of rejoicing. Because at the end of the day, it is mourning. Last, it is going to be mourning. Last, because nobody's going to live forever. Talk about wisdom. Go to the house of mourning so that you're reminded that your days are numbered. People are laughing at him and saying he's president of this, is president. The man is telling you how to live your life as a human being and understand that power is transient. For all those people, all these useless politicians that are buying bulletproof car and thinking that bulletproof car will save them forever, that have surrounded themselves with all the police in the country and let the common people suffer and buy. At the end of the day, when time is up, your bulletproof car, the number of security you have is not going to save you. All the houses you build, somebody else is going to be living in it. Your children, maybe there'll be nothing to write home about. At the end of the day, hi God, I never see this kind man before for my life. Oh, Jesus. God go bless Peter Obi. God go bless am. God go bless am. Hi. Yeah, let's quickly take this video that I had started before. I've never seen. Hi, yeah. Okay, never see human being with this level of wisdom. Oh God, I beg. Kai, yeah, exactly. Tato, God bless him. Victory, welcome. Oh yes, he's coming. Victory. I have to give it to you. Your consistency is something else. It's something to be studied. Your word not dey change. It's always Obi is coming for a new Nigeria. A new Nigeria is and never. Kudos to you, man. Yeah. And still, I know, but now they are realizing that it's nonsense they voted for. Yep, Nelly, such an honorable man. Honorable. Ah, God, abeg o. Baba Blue join na. He join the life. He come collect information from the visionary. From the visionary man, because he no get any ideas. So you know say he thief am. So you need to come collect. Maybe the man go drop expo for am. A whole baba, the person wey impose himself dey lis ten to person wey steal im property to get ideas. God, this life. Yep, I know, my sister. That's the thing. The humility is mind-boggling. How many Nigerians wey be say most of these Nigerians wey be say they'll get small change, people no dey hear word again. They go dey use am raw people faces. See this man, look at him. You no go even know. Full of wisdom. Guy. No, people need to be, he's a man to be studied. I don't care what anybody says. He's a man to be studied forever and ever. This man name, forever and ever. History, he has been sealed in history forever and ever. And he will be a heated topic Every time his name comes up, it will be a passionate topic. People will be glued, transfixed to hear the story of this man. That's the kind of human being he is. No. I want to answer question. Person wey come spy. Pious person wey come spy the person wey thief property from, to find out whether he go drop clues for am on how to resolve the issue. Now you want make come answer wetin? Which question you wan answer? You know anything? You don't know now. Yeah, they not go there. They think say they go live forever, and that power go dey their hand forever. That's what they are going to think. Now that what they go dey think, you don't know. No. Kene, exactly. International figure, and no international figure. Facts. Let me play you people one video. Look, we wanna see something. Una kukuma know say they don't take over Niger. So see this man, they give am 48 hours to give account of the stolen money for Niger, or face execution by push. Make una see o. They cry. Hey, evil no good. The guy dey sweat blood. Evil. When you dey do evil, go dey sweet you. You dey ride on people. You dey do anything when you like. See, now the payday don come now. The guy no fit. Let's take it one more time. He no fit talk. Oh, Osun. See, Minister of Finance, so Niger Republic. Kai, see evil. When you dey do bad thing, I don't know. A day will come. Every day for the thief, one day for the owner. He dey cry. I sure say then they go dey tell this man no dey waka with leg. You get like 100 security around am. See am dey cry blood profusely. He dey cry. Like don't see say the end don't come for him. Hey God. I'm telling my people, good, just do good. Don't do pass yourself. Be content with what you have. How many things you want to accumulate for this life? How many?
President Tinubu promised renewed hope.
You see a couple of things. Let me tackle his president dial back.
Yes.
You see why we keep saying manifestos matter?
Absolutely.
We campaign in poetry and govern in prose. Now they have seen how hard it is for governance. They are trying to backtrack. But please, somebody should tell Mr. Ashomole that we have receipts. We have the manifesto. It was over 80-page document. Have you noticed so?
Yes.
How he promised economic growth of 12% and he dialed it back. How he promised agricultural bonds, all the things he promised and he said, we have all the recordings. And no matter how much he tries to, move away from it, we'll ask them the question. That's what governance is about. We want him to do well. We want Nigeria to do well.
Yes.
But Nigeria will only do well with scrutiny, Oji. So please, when politicians start to change mouth, don't listen to them. They promise renewed hope. Although people are facing renewed shege now, but we know life could be a whole lot better if they do what is needful for the people. President Tinubu himself said, let the poor breathe. Don't suffocate them. But he's suffocating them now with all of this, bad implementation of policies. we they need to go back to the drawing board. Let me now go back to the next, what's it called, video you show. Oji, there's another video I want you to show. Maybe tomorrow you get the video and show
Send
it.
it to me.
In that video, Prince Udukao Baigbana was the moderator. You know, before this, there was a subsidy debate. And Prince Udukao Baigbana championed that subsidy debate where Labour and all the stakeholders came to debates. And I remember Emir Sanusi Lamido was CBN governor then and was giving us the empirical numbers. But people like Mr. Shomole then were making arguments based on, you know, when you look at it, the arguments and the other people against were making arguments all sorts based on the fact that there was political slant for them and they wanted to enjoy something politically. So you can now see many years down the line, we have gone back to where we are. You know, I was saying this morning, Nigeria is almost a cycle. The best time to have put out that something was 2012. And for everybody now that they cannot talk because of their hypocrisy, at least you heard in that speech that Pastor Tunde Bakari was saying they are just there to confuse Christopher Kolade. Kolade is Christopher Kolade. When Goodluck Jonathan announced subsidy removal, he put a plan forward. He brought about Shopee. Christopher Kolade was the leader of Shopee. From day one, as he announced he had a plan. This one's announced subsidy gone, no plan. Just put the plan is to truncate people's life and put them in untold disaster. So you can see that what goes around comes around. You can see all of them. I think the question is, where are all of them today? All of them that went to Ojota, where are all of them today? And guess what? For the man, Goodluck Jonathan, is peace be upon that man. Blessings be upon that man. That protest held without any loss of life, except for one incident where an overzealous police officer killed Demola on Yaya Baton. That was the only incident. Military men were there. They shut down the country for 2 weeks. He never used military to chase or shoot any people to death. You know, we are talking about another incident that happened. How people went to protest and it was scuttled. And they used all sorts to attack them. And people were here, they want to have mass burial of 103 bodies. That protest went for over 2 weeks, Dr. Abati. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, but no life was, the military did not open fire on anybody in Ojota, and they grounded this country for 2 weeks. You see, life is about good leadership. If you see a good leader, I have not met President Goodluck Jonathan, but please, if you're watching this, sir, your word speaks for you. Your act is speaking for you, and it's vindicating you today.
Yeah,
and let's learn to tell the truth.
That's really what we need.
I have not met President Goodluck. I don't know him, but I'm saying this to him to honor him today.
Absolutely. That's exactly what we need here, Ayo. I mean, Nigerians are suffering. It's a big problem. We're talking about people protesting in Benin. I told you about the ones in Lagos. Now, we took a video last week, Trekathon. Yes.
Hey, e good to do good. E good to do good. You just never know where it will come around. This life, eh? Hey, God. This life. Meanwhile, una boo-boo. Shebi boo-boo talk say go if they no let her rest for Daura, he go move to Niger. No be so e talk. Okay, with the things wey come dey happen for Niger now, how the man wan take do am now? He's now a homeless man, no. He's now a homeless man. He can't go nowhere. He dey write na that he dey pay am. Say all the investments, all the money wey he thief from Nigeria carry go the Niger. He say, as expected, I like millions of other Nigerians. Which millions? I don't know which Nigerians he dey refer to there. And he say they shocked by the latest turn of events in Niger Republic. Concerns have been raised about the fate of democracy as the system of government in the country and in the wider sub-region, and equally so about the safety of Bazoum, the former president, and his family. He himself, Bubu and his family, they are much concerned about this as everybody. I don't know who he referred to as everybody else. It is heartening to note that ECOWAS, under the leadership of Agbado, the man imposed on the people is already dealing effectively with the matter. Interesting. I hear you. And their hope and prayers are that the unwanted situation will completely reverse and the safety and well-being of Bazoum will be assured. Oh, we dey wait for now. Make we see as una wan take tackle am. Una never tackle the insecurity wey dey una land. Una wan tackle another person own for another country. We'll see how effective that one goes. Because you people say you don't want to hear word, right? When you keep torturing the people, una no care whether the people dey live, whether they dey how they say they live, wetin how life dey do them, una no care. You people don't care. All you care about is lining your pockets. Lining your pockets, that's all you care about. Let's play this video. I'll play this video about this no go no.
There is good news. Labour Party submitted more than 10,000 copies of Forms EC8A, being copies of their own party agents. This will hopefully put to end the constant question, why didn't Labour Party submit their own political party agents to prove they won? You can see that they submitted 3 types of documents. The ones that INEC gave them, copies from IREV, and the physical copies, the ones that are referred to as hard copies, plus their own party agent copies. Before we analyze all this, let's update you on happenings at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. The respondents were supposed to submit their final addresses yesterday, and yes, they did that, but it was done after the close of work. So no party can actually get the certified true copies from the court, so that people can see what they wrote inside, how they replied to the many questions and issues raised by the petitioners. And without seeing what they wrote inside, how they replied, no one can make any analysis. So that will be hopefully on Monday when work will resume at the court. And on Tuesday, all parties will assemble in the court for the adoption of addresses. After the adoption of addresses, the court will either state the judgment day or they will communicate it after. Yes, when the court adjourns after the adoption of addresses, they will only reconvene to deliver judgment. It is not expected to be more than 2 weeks. They will deliberate on many issues, on all the prayers sought by the petitioners. The petitioners include PDP, Labour Party, and the APM. So it will take quite some time for them to go through all the evidence, all the reliefs one by one, and how they apply and interpret the law. The work of the judges is to interpret the law, but lawyers also help them to form their opinion. They also conduct their own research. If you look at all the final addresses by the petitioners' councils, you will see that a lot of research went into writing the documents. And a lot of people might be confused how many addresses the respondents have to make. Well, it's very simple. The petitioners, Labour Party, PDP, APM, brought INEC, Tinubu, APC, and Shetima to court. So after the hearing stage, the respondents had to address the court. They had to go through all the issues raised by the petitioners. They had to address them one by one. All the arguments they raised against what the petitioners said are contained in their first final address. And after that final address, the petitioners now have the right to reply to all the issues they themselves have raised. So after the petitioners have countered the respondents will now have a final opportunity to respond to their counter, which was exactly what they did yesterday. They submitted their final address. That's the final response to what the petitioners countered. Yes, and at this stage, it stops. The court will now take it from there. They will look at all the issues raised by all the parties to find out who has the superior argument based on the points of law. They will now enter into serious deliberations, to determine all the questions, all the reliefs sought by the petitioners, to see their merits based on law and the evidence before them.
Now, let's look at the impact of the more than 10,000 copies of Forms EC8A that Labour Party tendered in evidence, alongside the more than 18,000 copies from IREV that are blurred that INEC stamped and certified and gave them. INEC should have replaced those blurred copies with the hard copies that they claim to have used in collating the results. But they didn't, despite some of these results being blank, as in plain sheet of paper. They just stamped all of them. But Labour Party actually turned their strategy around to their own advantage. The reason INEC withheld evidence is simple. They don't want to bring the evidence that will prove that they did the wrong thing in court. This is why, if you read their final reply, you will see that they are arguing that Labour Party failed to prove they won the election, that they believe that the plea has been abandoned by Labour Party. So their strategy was withhold evidence, starve the petitioners the evidence that they need to prove their case, and tell the court, oh, they failed to prove they won. But it backfired seriously because Labour Party now told the court, since uploaded results on IREV are the same thing with hard copies, then whatever INEC certified and brought to court should be taken as the real thing. Yes, even their witness accepted it under cross-examination. So Labour Party turned their strategy around to their own favor. If the court agrees that truly, yes, they are the same copies, so if you submitted blank copies and blurred copies, that means the results can't stand because no one can collate any result without seeing the figures. Now, back to how we discovered this massive evidence tendered by Labour Party in court. INEC, in one of the objections that they made about the admissibility of some of the documents tendered by the Labour Party, while going through the objections, they made these objections while making their final address. In paragraph 2.05, they said, as earlier stated, the exhibits in question, that is, purported certified copies of Forms EC8As, EC8Bs, EC8C, EC8Ds, and EC40Gs issued to the petitioner's respective agents, both from the polling unit level, ward level, local government level, and state level, were all tendered from the bar. We submit that there is no evidence on record that those documents were made by those through whom they were tendered before this honorable court. So in essence, they are just fishing for technicality. They are telling the court that since the Labour Party did not call those party agents or the polling officers who wrote the results or the collation officers who wrote them and gave the Labour Party agents their own copies, that they should be the ones to speak to the documents in court in evidence. Yes, it's quite laughable. They couldn't defend anything. They couldn't counter the results that Labour Party submitted. They couldn't even replace the blurred copies. In some cases, they were just blank copies, empty sheets. So since they failed to counter any of the results, the court will definitely make their decision based on the results before them. And they are thinking that, hey, since we didn't submit, the court will say, you failed to prove. The entire proof is before the court. So in essence, on Labour Party's side, what they did was to provide majority of the results that are hidden in the more than 18,000 blurred copies. So based on average vote in this presidential election per polling unit, it's about 140 to 150 votes. So let's just make it a flat figure. About 10,000, let's assume that Labour Party got 100 per polling unit. That's already more than 1 million votes that were hidden by INEC. So despite the fact that the petitioners have proved non-compliance by INEC in a substantial way, the court might also look at the fact that Labour Party actually won the election. That the reason INEC blocked upload of result sheets on election day was because they wanted to block the votes of Labour Party.
Hey, did you know that PG&E and SCE are now paying California homeowners thousands of dollars?
So you can see the reason why they provided their own copies is to prove to the court that INEC didn't even use hard copies to collate the results. So if the law says upload results to IREF for comparison at different collation levels, and you fail to do that, and you come to court and say it was a glitch that prevented you from following the law, that despite not following the law, that it didn't affect the results because you used hard copies, And with the evidence before the court, you didn't collect the results with the hard copies because they don't tally. So in this instance, what will the court do? They will simply work with the evidence before them. Assuming they decide not to cancel the election, despite seeing that there was substantial non-compliance by INEC. Yes, the non-compliance affected the outcome of the election. We are talking about up to 20 million votes unaccounted for by INEC. Upon all the people that came out to register for their PVC, upon the massive crowds that came out on election day to vote, they still could not account for more than 20 million votes. The people voted. It's not that they didn't vote. The evidence is there that they voted, but INEC cannot account for them. They didn't bring evidence. They just brought blood results. Assuming many of these places that are blood are the strongholds of Labour Party. Sometimes when you see results from strongholds of Labour Party, it will seem as if the other parties are not even in the race. Sometimes you see Labour Party scoring 600, while the second party will be about 10 or 20. These number of votes, although they didn't release them, might be up to 2 or 3 million for the Labour Party alone. So we don't know. Also, the respondents don't have them because definitely when they are tendering this evidence, they will just serve them the summary before tendering so that they will know what they are tendering in court. So the respondents don't have the numbers. If they had, one of them must have mentioned it in one of their replies. That's sure. So if the court decides not to cancel the election because of the cost implication of conducting a fresh election, they will simply work with all the evidence before them. None of the respondents countered any evidence tendered by the petitioners. Yes, it's surprising. Imagine arguing that the passport has expired. So for that reason, that the citizenship has also expired. Imagine that kind of argument. So just like they didn't even argue anything about the forged certificate, no counter, nothing like, hey, no, that's not real, that's not his, he didn't submit this, nothing like that. Someone accused you of forging a certificate, you have nothing to say except submit school records. It is completely irrelevant. So they failed to counter anything. Even the forfeiture, they kept arguing that it was a civil forfeiture. Meanwhile, the petitioners didn't say that it was a criminal forfeiture. They were saying that truly it's a civil, but based on money laundering and narcotics trafficking. So it will take a miracle for them to escape this. All the evidence tendered by the petitioners, none of them, they didn't counter any one of them. Many people don't understand what is going on. You see, the disqualification of Tinubu is no longer a matter of if, it is a matter of when. Yes, it is that solid. The evidence is overwhelming, none was countered, and the judges must form their opinion based on what is before them. They must work with the evidence. They must calculate the figures that Labour Party submitted, that INEC hid in the blood copies. They must add everything together. Of course, they must have done the work for them so that they can now say, yes, this is the person that actually came first. We are adding all the figures together. They hid them, they did that. So the judgment day definitely will be celebration all over Nigeria. Thanks for watching.
Thank you very much, Ned TV. So my people, basically, everything we don't finish them now. Nothing to add, nothing to remove. It's been real. It really has. Listening to Peter Obi is always it's encouraging, it's therapeutic, it's everything. Name it, say it however way you want to. But that man is a rare human being. Those kind of people only come around in a century. They find them every day. Okay? People like that come around once in a lifetime. And I think you should count yourself blessed. Everybody should be feeling blessed right now to know such a man, to have been around, to witness this type of man. Honestly, I never see anybody wey be like Peter Obi worldwide. No pun intended. Facts. He's the greatest leader ever to walk the face of the earth. Yep, I will repeat that again. Peter Obi is the greatest leader to have walked the face of this earth. Anybody when the team pay, make they go hit their head for Olumorok. I no send anybody, papa. Now how e go take good na im make us, all of us dey here. So having said that, my people, wherever you are, do good o. Good dey pay, good is trendy. No go follow people, follow enter potopoto, enter hole. Do your own, be authentically you and do good. That's the most important thing. Touch lives. It's not about money. Secure bag, secure bag, secure bag, enter hole, secure bag, enter fire. Omo, jeje, small small, take am easy, calm down. Everything wey you need to eat, to live, to everything for shelter, you don already get am. Take am easy. Impact the people in your lives, na that one na im be the koko of the matter. See, Peter Obi come now, he don come preach. You no even need to go church again. All the message, all the preaching wey you need to hear, you don hear am today. He say it's better for you, it is better for you to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting. Isn't that one of the beatitudes? Somebody remind me, the Bible scholars. All the message that you need, you don already collect am. Remind yourself every day, what can I do today to impact the life of somebody? It's not all about money. Person may just need your time. Person may just need anything wey you fit do. Everybody get skills wey dey bring come this life. Tap into your skill. Let people see your skill. Make you take impact life. Everybody get solution for this world problem. Wetin be the solution wey dey your hand? Use am to take better people life. Everything no be show off. Everything no be pepper dem. Everything no be secure the bag. Everything no be about temporary matters. Omo, I no know about you o. Me, I received my message for the entire year. I'm telling you. Victory say Agbado is going down. No. Agbado has banked on the fact that he has paid everyone. So why bother defending himself? I'm telling you, exactly, Nelly. That's what he's banking on. That's exactly what he's banking on. He's banking on the fact that yes, he has paid everyone. So hey, why bother? That they will come out and be defending him. They will come out and speak for him. They are his mouthpiece. He doesn't give any interview since he entered with all the suffering in the land. Anyway, why am I even wasting my time? When you steal somebody's idea and you are not the visionary behind the idea, you won't know how to go about it. That's just the truth. That's why he's sneaking into the spaces to hear from the visionary man himself, to come and see whether the man will drop expo for him so he can run with and go and implement. He doesn't have the answers. The man cannot do anything. It's all packaging. The man stole it. If you steal something and you don't know how to use it, you will misuse it. Isn't that what we're experiencing? You hire the same ministers that have wrecked the country. You position your people, pay back, compensating all your people that are buying bulletproof vans, laughing at the poor. Whoever laughs at the poor mocks at the poor's maker. They don't know that one. They don't know. Na only when they want pray for protection, when they go from one place to the other to dey look for who go pray for their protection. Na only that one they know. Na that time they remember one or two verses. They know they read, and they have Christians among them, or pastors, if I dare say, among them. They know they remember that part. Whoever mocks the poor or laughs at the poor mocks at their maker. They no go remember that one. Well, my people, it's been real. I don't try. Almost 4 hours, 5 hours today on top of Peter Obi. This is now so the matter hot for me. So na the one I fit do now, I don't do so, my people. So it's been real. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. I don't know if we're going to have a live tomorrow, to be honest. I'm not sure yet. It just depends on what goes on, what happens in the space. If there's anything interesting that I feel like we need to talk about tomorrow, I'll certainly come on live. Just keep your notification bells on, or your notification bell on, so you get notified when I go on live. But thank you so much for gathering here with me. I know you could have been elsewhere, but you chose to be here. I appreciate it. I do not take it for granted. Everybody, mona stay cool o. Abeg, mona no let heat comot una makeup for face. Thank you so much. Kene, thank you. Victory, Nelly, I appreciate you guys. Tato, my darling. Lily, thank you so much. Thanks to everyone. I appreciate you. Victory, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Misty, thank you. I know you were here earlier. So I'll see you guys on my next one. Bye. Don't forget to like on your way out. Oh. Well, you guys have actually done a phenomenal job today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for liking. I didn't even have to push for it at all. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for those of you who shared. Thank you so much. Let's keep sharing. Let's move the ministry forward. You know, let's move it forward. Move forward so that people will begin to come here and see what we're doing. We need to unlearn a lot of things. We need to be better for each other as a people. Thank you so much, guys. Have a wonderful one, and I will see you on my. Well, I don't learn to like. Yes, Gene, thank you. Really, honestly, I don't even need to remind you again. I appreciate that well. Thank you. All right, guys. See you on my next one. Bye. Eunice like it like don't train everybody. I know she not even dey post am again sef. That's how good, that's how well everybody has done. I really appreciate it. Good night. We reconvene absolutely. Nelly, have a wonderful one. Enjoy your weekend, guys. Bye.